Alright, welcome to our fashion haul event. Ludens, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello.
Do self-promotion.
Oh, right, yeah, alright. Yeah, my name is Ludens. I have YouTube, um, and a Twitter. Yeah. I'm playing Minecraft, alright?
Okay. Wait, can you type in my chat? Let me get your Twitch name.
Oh, me?
Yeah. I have a YouTube. Okay. Okay, got it. I just need to put you in my stream title. There you go.
I'm gonna close it on Minecraft so I don't distract myself. I have to put all my focus on this wonderful fashion. Wow,
Alright.
that sounded really sarcastic. I didn't mean it like that.
Okay. This is a fashion contest for integrating. Holy shit, Ludens, what did you do to our sheet? Anyway,
What?
yeah. Uh, anyway, the contestants are supposed to integrate their weapon into their fashion. So match your weapon with your fashion frame. That's it. That's the
Alright, listen
TLDR.
up. I'm looking for themes. I'm looking for consistency, colors, alright, but not too much colors. If you just like color your Warframe doo-doo brown because your Tigress is doo-doo brown, it doesn't look good, alright? I want intelligence put into the fashion, the thought, not just you colored it off your weapon. That's lame, okay? I want design language to match the lines, the textures. I don't know if you're doing like fucking corpus, you better bring a corpus thing. Bonus points if you don't use the same colors but somehow make it work.
All
I'm not
right.
gonna tell you how to do that, but anyways, whatever. You guys are already made your stuff, so just yeah.
Yeah, you guys already made your stuff, hopefully. And if you just showed up here late, last second, well, that's on you. Anyway, where's Ukulu? He's gonna be the first person, I guess. First person up.
What kind of name is?
Unless they're not here. They said they're at work. They're playing from work. I don't know how.
Bro.
I don't know how you're playing
Yo,
at work.
mobile gamers?
They left
Hog.
cause shift.
Oh,
Okay.
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 Alright.
Okay. The first one up is Arya Angela. First invited to dojo, first up front. Please go to the front. And let's see some fashion. Let's start off with Arya Angela. Okay, you have a Zephyr with the hairier skin. Let's see this real close. I'll be doing filming while Ludens
Aw, brother. This
takes a
guy
good
forgot
look.
to take his mods off his weapons so the elementals don't show. Rookie mistake. I'm docking you a couple points. Lucky.
Okay, here's the back
I'm
view.
kidding. I don't
Back
care that
view.
much.
Also, is this a good brightness for stream?
Yeah, it looks fun.
Nice, nice.
Alright.
Very close here. Okay, I'm done filming.
Alright. So I quite like these colors here. The light, like kind of powdery blue with the
Dark
yellowy
blue.
orange. Yeah, it works. It's very nice. It's very nice. I'm not the biggest fan of the skin with these weapons. Skin doesn't really, at least the body of the skin, Doesn't really give me like corpus vibes. The helmet does, sure. I don't really think much of the attachments do much here. Yes, they kind of add more corpus triangle shapes, but also the skin is so messy with detail and lines anyway that adding a bunch of more blocky shapes not only kind of mess with the silhouette, clash with it, but you're adding a bunch of like busyness to parts that really don't need extra busy work. Um, so that aside, in terms of how you matched it with the weapons, big thing to realize here, and I don't know if we want to critique it off this. I will, is that you don't have much control over weapon holsters, right? You don't have control over the pistol holster or the primary holster, how that's positioned on the Warframe. You don't have control of that. That being said, that's a limitation that I think you should play around. In this case, I don't think the Exorgist, I think that's what it's called, the shotgun on the back,
Exegist, yeah.
Exorgist, yeah, I don't think it works well here. Mostly because of how it's holstered, and that's due to the skin, right?
Yeah, I also agree with that comment. I think your colors are on point though, but yeah, again, I don't think the weapons really match the look of the frame.
Yeah, so while I appreciate the attachments working well with the weapon, or at least the shoulders do, um, I don't think as like a package it looks as coherent as it could be because of the skin.
Yeah,
Um,
the skin over here.
yeah, especially with like Exorgist, I would have used maybe like I think they're called the Quoro set. Um, I think yeah, Quoro set instead. Those match a bit better with the shape language in terms of being very blocky and kind of Lego-like.
Yeah, I feel like the
While
skin is
Zephyr
way too
Deluxe is
angular.
very, very busy and aggressively sharp.
Yeah, it's
Um,
angular, and this weapon is it's like tubey, tubey
yeah.
at the bottom.
So good on the colors, but
Great
keep in mind,
colors.
like, yes, you want to match things with your you want to match the fashion with the attachments, and you do want to show the or the weapons, not attachments, the holstered weapons. But keep in mind that because you have very little control over how things look when holstered, that for skin like this, with that giant bulky Lego block on the back, it just looks weird because of Warframe. Not really a fault of your own, but you should take that into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so cool. Good work.
Good work. Thank you for not putting a bulky attachment up in front. I think you did a good job, like not covering too much detail. Although I don't really prefer the leg plates here. Like the shoulder plates are fine. It's just fine, but I also don't like the shade of silver that are on the attachments. I think it makes it a little bit too dull, and then it affects the overall silver look of the frame. Who violated the document? Oh, I'm just playing around, you know. I'll be doing my scoring now. Angela, if you want to do some poses, if you want to do some poses, feel free to do it right now. Wrong skin for the right weapon. Yeah, perhaps. Watching to see how a clanmate does. Right. You want to keep emoting? Go ahead. Okay. I think I'm done scoring, and I'm done filming this part. If you want to go to the back, if you have a second fashion, please do. If not, then please go to the front. Next up, we have the JM City, who is on the Switch. I should be taking pictures of the fashion, so let me type. Angela was the Harrier with powder blue. Jam City is... Okay, let's see.
What weapon is this? I feel like the fact that I have to ask is not a good sign.
It's in the back.
Oh.
It's in the back here.
So, oh, it's kind of going like in and out. Hold on. What the fuck is that? Is that just a scythe skin? Or is that the
It's the hate with the skin. We have a chest piece here.
Damn, this shit is like all black. Burnt.
A Jam City. Do you mind emoting so I could do some pre-filming on this? Unless you wanna just pose like that. The Reaper doesn't wear colors. Oh. Let's do it again.
Okay. Do you want to go first on this one?
Let me think. So, even though you're trying to wear all black, I think it's fine to add in some gray and like varying shades of gray, because you're kind of losing dimension here. I don't really like the chest piece here, I guess, because say it just looks too light compared to the rest, and there's no transition color in between this chest piece and the rest of your skin because it's just pure black. The blue energy, it's not the most original, but at least it's a nice looking shade. The weapon itself, it goes with your theme. I can't really see too well. I'm trying to look at it. It's the two different gray colors and darkest black from the smoke palette. Yeah, I still think you could have made them a bit more different though, because it just all looks the same basically. But I do like the skin that you used and the helmet combination. The shoulders, I know you're trying to match your chest piece, but it's kind of making it so that your weapon isn't seen because of the clipping. Like the shoulder is clipping into the weapon and then it's making it transparent. I think that's why it's happening like that. Yeah. Overall, yeah, like I said, I wish you used more colors in here. Well, different shades. It's a little too spiky. I think that's the point. But let's see how this looks from the straight up front. He's not standing perfectly still, so it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, okay. That's a good angle.
Okay.
I like the Trickster ephemera.
Ephemera's nice.
Yeah, the ephemera is making it look a bit better. Alright. You can start.
I've got some I'm trying to condense this. Okay, first with the colors. Just a general tip with working with all black or black in general. And this applies to like outside of Warframe Fashion. Black is a very good color when you want to put emphasis on a silhouette, which is why silhouette and texture. The problem here is that the silhouette is incredibly messy, and because we can't really modify the silhouette of Warframes as much as we'd like to, it just sort of looks like a Necros. Yeah, I get Reaper in the sense of like it has a hood and it's Necros, but outside of that, the Warframe itself is already doing half of that, rather than the colors themselves.
Yeah.
So
You didn't need to color it all black.
yeah, I would. Black is a color that you want to stay away from in Warframe. Uh, Now, in real life, if any of you do go outside, which I doubt it, but if you do, great color to use for clothing that you want to wear to create a silhouette, interesting silhouettes. You see it in high fashion all the time, streetwear, whatever. Anyways, moving on. Um, yeah, so different shades of black here, and you can put some color. It doesn't have to be desaturated black. You can throw in a hue of
Dark blue.
green or
Dark
blue
blue.
or even red, especially to contrast the energy, which is blue here. The energy's fine. I like the choice of energy. I just wish it had something to contrast besides the pitch black.
Yeah, there's not enough contrast. There's no transition colors. It just goes straight from 0 to 100. It's like black, then the energy color.
Yeah. So because the entire frame is pitched black, and it is a weapon-focused contest, I would have liked to see the scythe be not basically pitch black. I know there's probably some color in there.
It's getting lost in the
but
frame.
It's because the frame is so pointy and it has so much crap just like flying off of it, especially with the prime detail wings, spiky legs, the shoulders and chest piece, everything else. Having the scythe be in the same color as well as it also matching in terms of shape and sort of design with everything else, it gets lost. It also doesn't put much of an emphasis on the weapon, so it's just sort of there. It just exists.
I think the weapon has dark blue by accident. I don't know if that was intentional.
I want to say it's just because it's modded like that, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So careful with all black or pitch black or just black that does not have enough color in it, because it doesn't work that well in Warframe. Yeah.
Someone says a nice yellow-white bone-like color would have been a good addition. Yeah, I agree with that.
Bone would have been fine, or you could have made the metallics more of a, I don't know, it could have been a bluish silver, or even like a burnt silver. I don't know. You can do a lot of things here that would have broken up how just dark everything is. This one's not really doing it for me, but I respect and appreciate the intent here.
Yeah, the intent is definitely here, and it follows. So
yeah, so good on that. Just
need more
careful with your colors next time.
Let me take a picture of us, and we can move on. Alright, if you have a second one, go to the back. If not, go to the front. Next up is X-Shame. Are they here? I think for challenges like this, it behooves you to pick a weapon and skin with a decent amount of color diversity that you could play around with when making the fashion.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh?
And I just have to... God damn, that's yellow.
Alright.
Alright, I'll be nice. I just was surprised. I tabbed out, so I tabbed back into the stream, and it's just yellow.
Yeah, Ukula, you have to ask Lucy for an invite. It shows less in your screen, though. Looks like
less yellow? Alright, I'm just... I'll just pretend it's less yellow. What is the weapon supposed to be?
This. I'm not sure what that is. It looks like a...
The fuck?
Yeah, the Protovire ephemera. Wait, that's not even Protovire. Isn't that a shard? Is that a shard?
Horde, Epitaph, Serata. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna look at my rating and I'll
Is Zerman ephemera? Oh. I confused it with the shard. The one without the arms. Got it. Let's look at the shoulder here. You have an emblem. Like attachments. You have Iridos and Azoprex.
I think the dojo lighting is not doing this much justice. I don't think it's helping much because of the void shell textures.
Why
Okay,
is it so yellow?
so besides the yellow, which I'm going to just assume it's dojo lighting and not your fault, that's fine. Um, I'll judge this on the consistency of everything rather than like the fucking bright yellow. Because my god, this on stream it looks pretty crazy. So the attachments here for me don't really work. Nor do I really think that they complement your weapons.
I don't like
It's
how they don't... I don't think the mismatch works here.
yeah. The leg attachment, the Duviri one, whatever it's called, shape-wise works very well with Sarin, regardless of the skin. I think it's a great attachment for Sarin, but the rest of it seems pretty random.
Yeah, I wouldn't do Iridos here. I would stick with the other leg being Azoprex, basically.
Yeah,
And this one
the
attachment here is
EOS
colored too brightly.
is EOS Prime. I don't really feel like that does much for me except add another source of yellow, which ignoring how bright it is, I don't really think does much. The Cyandana also, again, it's a butterfly Cyandana on a frame that is prime. It has looks like carbon fiber mesh and steel. Um, these things clash really, really hard, and especially with the other attachments, it just seems very just I don't want to say uninspired, but that's the wrong word. It just seems thrown together with not as much thought um, as you could have put into it.
I like the void shell textures, all except for the main one that's like over the boobs and the black, the pitch black here. I do
Why are
think
you always? Never mind.
I think the I think the black should have been toned down for this texture. This personally, it's it clashes
Yeah,
too much.
going
It
back
clashes too much with the metallic, the
to the
shiny
last
metallic.
entry, you got to be careful with the intensity of the blacks that you use, especially depending on the material. Some Warframe materials will take blacks very harshly and just like make them super dark. You can no longer see any texture or depth in well, I guess in the texture or channel, and in this case, it's really difficult to make out a lot of the finer details in Sarin because of that.
Yeah, you'd have to zoom way in. I
Yeah,
also
the silver is also very clinical. It's super super just like clean, probably from smoke. Doesn't have any other hues or tones in it. I feel like you could have probably done something different there. Would have made it look less just black white plus color.
yeah, it's too neutral. I would have gone with like maybe a silver that has sort of a greenish yellow tone to it. I guess to help this transition from this yellow to just straight up silver.
Yeah. The things I do like about this, I do like the helmet and skin combination.
Yeah, the
I feel
helmet
like this
is
could
great
easily,
here.
I mean, I know the colors aren't accurate, for you at least. The yellow is apparently too intense here. Ignoring the yellow, the the black can easily be lifted so that there's more depth and that you can see more of it. And the silver can be toned down or given a bit of a different color, and you'll have something that's much more coherent and less, I don't want to say generic, but less black and white plus other color. Um, in terms of the weapons, I don't really get consistency with the weapons outside of the fact that you put them on.
It
If
has
you
a shade
showed
of
me this
pink.
frame, if you showed me this frame without telling me what the weapons were, I'd be like, I don't know. I wouldn't have an answer for you. Um,
Yeah, there's not exactly there's just basically no point to the weapon being there when it comes to this fashion frame. So I won't comment on the colors too, but um I think if you want to try like a bumblebee looking Sarin, which is I think you're trying to go for that with the color scheme. Maybe instead of these wings, you could try a different set of wings, like maybe the Death Wish Rhino skins wings. Wait, can you wear that on other frames?
no.
I mean,
Actually,
never mind.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think
I
I don't know
lied.
if you can. I don't know if you can, but I just would have used
Probably
different
not.
wings
I would have
here.
used no wings.
Yeah, I mean that would
If
also
you
work because
yeah,
it is a
if you
weapons
can't make
focused
the wings,
contest.
if you can't make the wings match the same like language as the skin, I just wouldn't use them. Same with attachments in general, right?
Yeah.
Um, you just got to be careful with. Oftentimes, like personally, less is more for me. But like at the end of the day, this is very subjective. So if you like this, good on you. More power to you. But um, yeah.
There's a shoulder attachment over here that kind of disappears when I move up close. I'm not sure of the intention behind putting a little bit of pink into this frame. Like there's some slight pink
Uh,
going on.
I have no idea. Um,
Yeah, there's some pink on the weapon and the emblem and just a little bit over here too, like on the Sugatra. It looks like, I don't know. Is that a Sugatra? Tinted bases of off-whites can make other colors pop more and bring schemes together better. Your first entry isn't that? Mm. But yeah, if you have a picture on Discord, I think you might have posted one. Let me take a look at this real quick.
I'll take a look.
If it's underneath.
It's in the content. Oh wait, that looks so. I mean, yeah, it's a little different. Uh,
It's a little different. Not too much different, though.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not too much different. Like, it makes the yellow on my stream a bit more greenish, but it's not too far off.
Yeah, it's just dojo lighting. Yeah, again, like everything I said regarding the weapons, I think still stands with better colors here. I don't. I mean, ideally, I should be able to look at your frame and go, oh, okay, I kind of see like what weapon that's supposed to match with. Um,
Yeah, I think the texture of the
yeah.
weapon clashes with the metallics.
And if you were to tell me like, oh, it's this weapon, and I immediately go, okay, yeah, I can see that, then that's also you're doing a pretty good job. But if I have to like kind of stretch it and be like, then we're a little off course.
Well, feel free to pose. If not, then you'll just submit this footage as is. Should appear on the edited video. I'm gonna take some video so I'm gonna take some recordings of these angles to the side. Stay still. Don't have any emotes, sorry, it's fine. Okay, next up we have Ultima, aka Fortsel. We have the new gas skin. Right, let's see this. This fashion is based off of a Hive Knight from the Hidden Swarm Brood in the Shadowkeep DLC. The primary Trumna is the exotic machine
Destiny
gun.
Player.
Xenophage you get in the DLC. The secondary kit gun is the Hive Boomer weapon Knights normally use. The melee is the Paracesis, which is the Sword of Crota used by the Crota/Guardians. Picks in Discord if not appearing. Alright, let's look at this real quick.
Damn. Okay. I respect the attempt to do Destiny in Warframe because that shit hard. You know what? I can see it. Yeah, I mean, the colors on the Gauss are fine, right? Like
I like the
they're
colors
cool.
a lot. I like this greenish gray, this greenish color over here.
Even if you, I mean, this was the theme is weapons theme, right? So like match the weapon with the Warframe. I guess that can be interpreted as, you know, this, which is it works for me. I was thinking more in the context of Warframe itself and the Warframe universe, but hey, you know what? Points for you for being creative and thinking outside the box.
I think the attachments could be like a slightly darker shade. It's too bright compared to the rest of the frame, so it's not exactly perfect.
I don't think attachments are needed here. I don't like. I feel like Gauss's silhouette in the deluxe is fine enough that you don't need to bulk him up with additional armor to get that like hive look. I think it would have been fine without it.
I think they're trying to go off their that character that they're describing.
Yeah, I think this is a little off theme in the sense that like I guess we should have also been more specific where weapon matching in the context of Warframe's universe rather than, you know, go cosplay a different game.
I think it's fine to cosplay a different game personally, but
yeah, at the same time though, here's the my what I take issue with is that the Trunma or whatever it's called being Xenophage is a guardian weapon. It's a hive, like supposed to be a hive character. So I mean, it doesn't. That I'm kind of iffy on. Hive sword. I don't really get that here. I'll still judge it and take into consideration, but I just man, it's this one's tough because
the intention is here. Intention's
technically
here.
Xenophage is from a quest on the moon. Yeah, I mean yes, but also it's like a moon weapon. Like it is a weapon from the golden age or whenever Guardians visited the moon with like a bug stuck in it. Okay, it's not a hive weapon. You don't see hive running around the moon with xenophage. Okay, so even then it doesn't really, it doesn't click.
I like the colors. I just have a problem with the the way the attachments are colored.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately gonna have to knock this down for just it not working with the theme, but I really do like the fashion.
Yeah, I like the fashion. I like the bright green, the way it looks for the red, and I do like this this greenish gray, as I said earlier, and the peaks of black.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not
pretty
gonna
good.
disqualify it.
Yeah, the
I think
colors are
it's
so
fine,
good.
but maybe re-enter with something more Warframe focused, or find a weapon that, although I wouldn't recommend it, maybe find a weapon that matches more with
Yeah, you could be
Hive.
like, okay, just kidding. This isn't Destiny. It's just my Gauss. Let me match a weapon
Yeah,
with this current fashion frame and fix the attachments. You could do that.
but I would focus more on matching the frame with the weapon rather than the inverse. I think, and this is just for everyone out there listening, who's maybe considering submitting something second. Yeah, try to work off the weapon more than you are working off the frame. Uh,
I don't know.
in
I like
terms of
this
drawing
fashion.
inspiration, the fashion is great. Like that's the
fashion is
part
great.
that sucks.
Yeah,
about
the fashion is
rating this,
great.
because I do like the fashion. I do have issues with it. Armor in particular, I need get rid of the armor. You don't need that stuff. Get that crap out of there. Okay, armor is a scam. It's just you don't need it. Okay, get rid of the shoulders. You're fine.
I think the
Good job, but
shoulders could
also,
be changed
damn.
out. I think the shoulders could be changed out, if anything. But yeah, the chest piece needs to. It's too bright compared to the rest. Like the attachments need, the shades on the attachments need to be adjusted. What I would do is just make the reds darker. That's about it. And maybe change the shoulders to something else. There's a shoulder attachment that actually works pretty fine with the skin. It has like spikes in it. I think JM City's entry was using them. And I always really like those attachments with the new Gauss skin.
No, attachments are scams. Take them off.
This is why I have 2 judges.
Especially those leg attachments. Those are icky. Those ones, the Grenier ones. Yeah, I think those are the Grenier. Yeah. No. Get rid of those. Those are gross.
Oh, I actually don't like the like attachments here too. I think it takes away from the original deluxe design. The Magre like attachments, yeah. I don't think you need them. Yeah,
No.
you don't need them. It just
You don't
makes
need
it
any
look,
attachments, in fact.
it just makes it look a little bit awkward. But yeah, that's just all of my input. I pretty much agree with what Ludens said about you know, how to go about showcasing your entry. But these colors are great. Like I really commend you on them. Just yeah, the attachments I'm not a huge fan of. Mostly because of the way that they're colored and maybe the choices. I'm not against attachments in general, but they just have to be well integrated into the frame. You have to be really picky about attachments because this is deluxe skin. Deluxes are meant to stand out on their own without any attachments. But yeah, good entry. In my opinion, it's a good entry. If you have a second entry, you could go to the back. If not, then you could pose a little bit, do some emotes, and go up to the front after you're done. Something new? Okay. Yeah, this is a good pose.
Damn.
Actually, it looks pretty great. And I really appreciate the little weapon dangle. Anyways, thank you for your first entry, Ultima.
Oh, that was his first, like, ever, or has he been here before? I don't.
No, it's his first
Sorry, I'm
entry
like
ever,
tired.
yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, good job. Very good.
Next up, we have Alice or Ray. You need an invite. Be sure to ask Lucy for one. I can't really handle it right now because I'm doing filming. Okay, we have a Caliban fashion.
That's a crazy looking Caliban.
Wait. The Stynex. Sorry, my bad. I'm. Look, I just woke up. Okay. Anyway. Oh, the Vitala, Red Veil.
Oh, I love Vitala. You guys should
Shoulders
use the
match.
base Vitala more though in your fashion.
Oh, it's a new spear. A newer spear. Not
Yeah,
sure why those are showing.
it's the pole arm, and then the scourge. Okay. I am going second.
I'm just gonna ignore the guns. But I really like what's on the back here.
Yeah, the dojo is weird. It will put guns on you yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Let's ignore the guns. But I really like the back attachments. I think that's pretty well done, in my opinion. I like how one is gold, one is silver sticking out. I do like how you used duo metallics here, silver and gold. I see peaks of it. And the green, let's see, you have a sigil in the front too.
It's close.
Oh, that's a pretty cool effect.
Oh, there's so many things that are smart about this. It's just like
That is
so many things
smart.
I would do slightly different.
I don't really like the shoulder attachments though. I think it makes them have a pretty awkward. It might be the animation set in combination with this, but just the way that the shoulder attachment sits on Stynex, I don't think it fits. Personally, I would have used something different.
Yeah.
Or nothing.
Okay, this is very good, and I can tell that you put a lot of attention and time into this. Like the chest piece with the sigil, even though that's not something I would personally do. That's very clever and smart. So points there. The attachments being holstered like that, also very smart.
I love the weapons in the back. It's my favorite part about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this that are very, very smart, and you clearly put time and attention into details here. That being said, there's some things I would change. The attachments, the shoulders, I don't feel like you need them. You kind of have this asymmetry going on with the lower half of Steinex's body and the spear guns. I don't really think you need the shoulders. Yeah. I don't like the red veil attachment on the leg.
Yeah, it's misaligned. It's misaligned.
And I know why. It's just like it's a Warframe problem and not a you problem, where Warframe just doesn't like having that knee pad ever aligned because I don't know, it's stupid. The Valtalla I'm okay with. I don't really care too much about it. I think you don't need it. Personally, I would go without it. I think there's enough asymmetry. And I think the Valtalla is a little too spiky, but I don't. I'm indifferent about it. I feel like I'm pretty indifferent on the Valtalla. I do like that the energy kind of matches the sigil in the chest and the energy on the shoulders, although I still don't think you need the shoulders. In terms of the colors here, they're very good.
I'm not sure I like the pure white. I think
the white is supposed to be like porcelain.
Yeah, like
I think if they were to go a little warmer on it, it would kind of blend in with the very intense gold that they have. So I don't mind it being that stark white contrasting with that dull kind of jade color. It's not something I would have personally done, but
I would have done like a
it
green, a
looks fine
very,
to me.
very slightly greenish shade from the Rot palette or something instead of the pure white. Just
Mm.
personally, it would look good on that texture.
Yeah, maybe just like slightly warmer on beach would have been what I would have done, but again, like I think it's fine.
The
I'm at
beach
this point
palette
I'm
is
like
a very,
nitpicking a
very.
bunch.
The beach palette is very cool tone though, just in general,
No,
and
you can go
even in
warmer
yellow.
on the white. And the yellow, you can do a little.
It's like a yellowish
Uh,
white that you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you can just go a little warm there. Okay, so the weapons here, really like how you put them in. At the same time, though, I wish because you have so much like intense colors going on here, and they're in very like busy color channels. The weapons do get a bit lost because they're also very busy and they share the same colors and they share the same metallics and they're very large. It's like it, I'm being very picky here. I think it looks very good, but I do wish you did something on those weapons to make them stand out just a little bit more away from the frame. Like they almost blend too well with the frame. I wish
maybe a
they.
brighter gold.
I wouldn't even say brighter gold. I would. Could you turn around to actually? I'll just like yeah.
Yeah, I turned around.
Um, yeah, like the handle on the Scourge, for instance, maybe wood. Like maybe you go with a brown. Um, same with the Edon, Edon, whatever. Maybe you get rid of the energy completely, so they just look like weapons without glowy bits.
I would have tried
Um,
to work with brown in this instead of
and maybe you
black.
change the banner color on the Eden to a color that contrasts the green instead of blends in with it being green. Maybe you could do like a dark like a wine red or a blue. Um,
Wine red is good for
but
that.
those are something like those are things that I would have personally do. Just because if I do want weapons to be part of the fashion, I want the weapon to be a weapon still. I don't want it to blend and be too coherent to the point where it gets lost and everything. Um, whether that be color or shape. Shapes here are fine. It's just the colors for me. Uh, but
I like
yeah,
how clever
good.
the chess piece
Everything
and
else
the
is perfect.
sigil is, but I don't think it really goes with the textures that you used. The Isoprex. Um, I would like to see this combination on a different frame, just personally. And yeah, instead of the black, I maybe would try to work with a very dark brown instead. Um, that is all my input. I mean, it looks fine as is, but if you're gonna stay this white color, I would have tried to go with brown instead of black. And yeah, I don't like any of the attachments personally. I think you could really work with this sigil in the front, but in a different way. I guess like not using Isoprex. I'm not sure. It just adds too much. Adds too much to the chest. Like there's too much going on. You already have like his little his dangly bit that is going on here.
Oh, also white energy. I like that. White energy on the base frame. Very cool. Don't see that often. Like that you didn't just throw blue on it like most people would have. It's neat.
Yeah, I like the white energy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think
the chest is too it's too much, and I
the
don't think
chest area is very intense.
yeah, it's very intense. And yeah, I would just work off your base frame and suggest the colors and the attachments. I don't think the ephemera does too much here.
I don't really care for it.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem thematic, so I would just take it off. If you want to do a pose, feel free to. I'll let Ludens judge a little bit.
Oh, I'm finished.
Okay. If you want to do an animation, go ahead. If not, I'll film like this.
Yeah, so like for me personally, when I think of like matching weapons with frames, I don't necessarily think the first thing I don't think of is colors. I try to think of themes. So if I do like I do something for Fortuna or like Voxelaris, I will think of Voxelaris language, which is like the graphic language that they use with the sigils and whatnot, and then I'll think, okay, well, kit guns. So kit guns are pretty hard to fashion around, especially if you just throw them on default because they're pretty, crazy in colors. Um, but if I make the fashion clean, match the actual faction, uh, those two things will work together thematically. Um,
I
Same with
really
like,
like this fashion.
yeah, this fashion's good.
We said a
Um,
lot, but it still looks great.
yeah, I think most of our critiques were pretty nitpicky, if anything. I don't think we have any like, hey, change everything. It's fundamentally bad, or like fundamentally it doesn't work for us, whatever.
I like the shade of gold here. I usually do not like this shade, but next to the screen, it looks great.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I That's not what I would do, but like it works. So
Yeah, it works. All right. Next up, we're gonna ask Helios to get ready. Ray, thank you for your entry. Go to the back if you have a second. If not, you could go to the front. Next up, we have Helios, aka Zaro. Oh, this appeared here.
oh shit, that's
This is a Nidus.
yeah.
All right, let's see. Yeah, peaks
What
of
is the
copper.
weapon? Is that like the Sarin? Okay,
Cernos.
the dual Iker. I'm just gonna go with the Iker. Uh,
Cumulus attachment, I think. Is it called
so
Cumulus?
it's supposed to be the Bubonico.
I really like the ephemera here for your intentions. I like what it does to the ground. I think the black works here because you're using this ephemera though, like the pure black.
So much green.
But it is a huge block of green. I probably would have tried to add a bit more variance. I would keep like one of the blacks here, but there's too many regions that are colored black, and I really wish that you played off of this brown a bit more, because it's a great color that looks good next to the screen. But I don't. It's only. It's not enough. I think the Bonico itself is too bright, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably would have tried to work off of this copper color more.
Yeah, all right. You got too much green. That's my
Yeah.
commentary on this one. Too much green, and the greens don't match.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with this is a Warframe issue with the ephemera, not going over attachments, and because you have such a large attachment, it just looks off. Because a lot of the green that you do have on your Warframe is because of the ephemera. I would have gone no ephemera here just because of that inconsistency and tried to work in a less vibrant, um, less vibrant shades of green here. More variety with copper would have been nice. I think for me, although I do like that the shoulder has arrows and you're using the Sarnos, and this is like plan B because you were going off of the Bubonico. Even with the Bubonico, it is like the most I get out of this is infested. And you could probably substitute the Bubonico for any other infested weapon, which I feel like is missing the point, or not missing the point, but missing the mark on what is a strong entry. If it's an infested frame and I can just swap out the weapon with another weapon that is infested and color it green, I feel like your entry is not as strong as it could be. Infested in general, I feel like because they are very consistent throughout Warframe with weapons and design, it's pretty easy. But because it's so easy, you really should, you really got to make it so that you really got to make it special, in the sense that like I shouldn't be able to just replace the weapon with another infested weapon, put it in the same colors, and then just be like cool, like if that makes any sense. Um, so yeah, points for the shoulder matching with the arrows. That's neat. Uh, but
That's
the
awesome,
green,
actually.
the green is not doing it for me. And I think the Cernos also not being in its default colors and instead being matched to the frame rather than the frame being matched to the Cernos is, you're losing me a little bit there, because at
Yeah.
that point I could just take any weapon and then match it to the colors of your frame and it would probably work, right? So yeah, would have liked to see something with the Iker instead. They're very jagged, and although they're very flesh-like, they do have bony bits and sort of sharp, pointy things you can work with instead. Would have liked to see that aggression moved on to your Warframe rather than just consistency with the colors. Um,
I really would have worked with more copper here.
yeah, that's all I really have to say. Um,
Yeah. It's busy, I know that's the point of it, but I just would not add this Cernos on top of this Bubonico. Like, the two weapons are insanely huge.
I don't think it's a weapon. I think it's. Is that a weapon? I thought it was just the shoulder. I don't think Bubonico can get holstered.
Oh wait, the other weapon. Can you adjust the second entry or just have it a new one? Well,
You can adjust it. If
this
you
weapon
adjust
over
it, it
here.
better be perfect. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, it's a shoulder attachment. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if you adjust it, that's fine. I would just be with what you
I
have.
need to wake up more.
It's a lot to adjust, so I just take that in consideration.
I've had 4 hours of sleep every day this past week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up at like 6:30 because I thought the contest was in the morning. I got like 5 hours
6:30
of
in the
sleep.
morning?
Yeah,
What?
I gotta wake up
do you
early.
do you live in the US or?
I live in the U.S.
Oh.
I work a 9 to 5, alright? I can't.
What? Okay, anyway, I've been messing up a lot, but these two sort of clash. I don't know. I know the point is to put the arrows through the shoulders, but it's just the fact that it's green on this weapon.
If you
The
want to
main color
retry
is
something with
green.
this, do I would keep everything here and then change the color, all the colors completely.
Yeah.
Focus on the default Cernos and really make the frame about Cernos rather the other way around. If you can make this Nidus look like it is matching the Cernos rather than the Cernos matching the green of the frame, you'd have something here,
Just
especially
switch
with the
around the
shoulder attachment. But
colors. Because
again,
it's green. I would have
yeah,
worked with black here instead. If you're gonna
focus
be
on
using
making
black.
this Nidus look consistent and coherent with the Cernos to the point where you can't just substitute another weapon, another infested weapon in, and then you'll have a strong entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But not bad. You could keep the ephemera if you could work with it, but yeah, if you're gonna keep this ephemera, you have to color this shoulder, the attachments darker. or else it's standing out too much and there's this brightness going on. Anyways, I'm gonna be filming now, so if you want to do any animations or just leave this as is, feel free to. One more comment. I don't really like the cumulus on the other shoulder here. It's fine on the legs, but I would probably remove this because it looks a bit awkward sitting on top of metal like this.
Yep.
That looks
Cernos is a very pointy weapon, even with its infested version. Go with attachments if you are going to use attachments, which I don't recommend attachments on most things. If you are going to use attachments, go with attachments that complement that aggression and those points.
Yeah, it's a bit too small, and it's sitting on
fleshy
top
bits
of metal.
are okay because, hey, it's infested, but also, yeah, just careful
it's
there.
Fine on the legs, but I would remove it off the shoulders. Yeah, Helios, thank you for your first entry. If you have a second entry, go to the back. Next up, we have a fox in the woods. If they're here. Alright. Bobbin.
Is this the Tonfas, I assume? Oma, right? Oh, those are fun. I like them. As weapons. They're fun weapons to play around with.
Let's look at the back. Oh. Okay, I think I want to say something. Sure. I really love the shades here. I personally have not seen many cases where using actual colors on the accents. I haven't seen it work that well. I think it works here. The red is pretty nice. Instead of black, I do appreciate that you use dark gray. And this I don't know what to call this type of this lighter gray here, but it's a very soft shade and it looks great with all of the other colors. I really like the dark blue too. So I want to compliment you on your color distribution in this frame. It's pretty good. I also appreciate I think this is pink. It looks pink here. But I think you tried to do red, but it made it look pink. I actually think the pink energy works there too. Like the pink emissives energy. Argyle Gray. Is that what it's called? Yeah. This is a really strong entry for me. The Katir like plates. I think it works with Vauban. The weapon I think is great. I think it's a good example of a frame that fits our theme pretty well, or like what we had in mind. Could give more commentary, but
yeah, so I'm kind of excuse me. All right. Starting with things that I like the subdued energy. Neat red on the metallics, that's interesting and unique. Not something you see. The Oma shoulder cannon things are like a neat idea. Uh, it's cool, but I think it's a little. It doesn't do it for me completely. Like I'm not. It's smart, but it doesn't. For me, at least, it's not enough.
I just love how it looks on the back. That is such a cool effect.
I don't like the. Okay, we'll just go with the Oma first. Oma is a very blocky, corpusy weapon. It's very clean in its lines. It's got a lot of greebling going on at the lower half where the handles are. But besides that, it is just like a brick. It is a shaped brick with bevels. Vauban, especially Vauban Prime, has a lot of these triangles and sharp, pointy bits. They're not as consistent with Oma as just default Vauban here. Um, there are parts of Vauban that are flat that match with the Oma, the leg skirts, but besides that, there's so many triangles and aggressive pointy bits to Vauban that it just clashes with Oma for me, especially with the Syandana and shoulder attachments. I do like the Syandana with
I love the
Vauban here,
Syandana.
but I don't think it works with the Oma. I think the Syandana complements Vauban's very aggressive, spiky kind of look, but not when the Oma is supposed to also be a big part of the fashion and also is playing this role of like over the shoulder cannon launcher thingies that you got going on with the holster. So, um, yeah,
I personally like the Syandana and the weapon
I
combination. I just think the
it's a
animation set that they're
nice
using is making it positioned very weirdly.
it's a nice combination. I just wish that like you chose a different Syandana, like the base Hildren Syandana instead of the Prime variant, and instead of the Prime details, you just toggled them off. Because for me, it's less about whether they go together conceptually well and more of the shapes here. Like you have a very cool idea. Unfortunately, it for me it doesn't work because Vauban is pointy and the Oma is not, and it looks out of place and it doesn't look consistent enough for me to go like, hey, that is part of the fashion in a way that I think looks, I guess, consistent. Um, I'm not a big fan of the shoulder pads. I don't think they do much. They're very like curvy and not pointy, and Bobbin is very pointy. So again, just another point that clashes there. I don't think it needs shoulders are not necessary here. Besides that,
There's too much
very
like
cool idea.
downward movement with the way that it curves, and it's
Yeah,
going against the pointies that are on Vauban. If
yeah,
that makes any
very,
sense, it's like the flow is clashing.
yeah, very
That
good.
doesn't bad.
Very good idea with the shoulder cannons. I just
Do you
wish
like?
that you made it work on either a different frame that silhouette or details would have matched or at least complemented Oma, or at least not clashed with Oma, the shape of Oma, and or you just used not prime Vauban here. Um, that's all I have to say. But bonus points for the creativity.
Yeah, I think this is a really
It's very
creative
cool.
entry with really good colors. The posture doesn't really help it. The animation set, I mean. I think it makes the weapon sit pretty awkwardly. Maybe if he had his back a bit more I don't know, just more straight, I guess. Like just make it like you could see the side profile, it's almost going into his head, the weapon. You gotta think about what it looks like from the side too. And that's how you could tell that the animation set is a bit off. But props for the colors. I really enjoyed the pink, the dark purple, and the mixed shades of gray. This very nice cream shade. The dark blue. I think it's really pleasing on the eyes. And you choose a good shade of red if you really wanted to work with that red on the metallics. I think it was a good shade. It was the only animation set that they were in clipping. Yeah, and that's a bit of a problem. Like, if there's only one animation set where it doesn't clip and you could see that the weapon is like going into his head when you look at it from the side, then maybe, yeah, I would go with what Ludens said and just try to, like, it shouldn't have been Vauban. But I do like how it looks overall, even aside from all these comments. I think it's a very strong fashion. Just a few changes. And yeah, but I don't really have any commentary on the colors. Usually I would. But it flows well. Good amount of contrast. But yeah, it's not a bad entry. Take a picture of this, and if you want to do any animations before I stop filming this, feel free to. I'm gonna have to ask Cryo or Creo to get ready to go up front after we send Fox in the Woods to the back. You don't think Lucy is here? Okay. So go to the back, Fox in the Woods. If not, go to the front if you don't have a second entry. I'll take care of inviting Uikulu, but they have to be invited at the end. Since they arrive late. He has to go to the very end.
Mag.
Where am I?
That's a mag, alright.
Your position in queue?
Like 5th or something. They got like 5 more entries and then it's theirs.
It's like the citrine animation set.
God damn, that's a lot of crap on mag. Not in like a bad way. Not like crap, but like there's a lot of stuff. Sorry, I'm eating my Factor meal. You guys should order Factor, by the way. Use code.
Did you use my
What is
code?
It? No.
What the
I'm
fuck?
lying.
Zaki, thanks for the tier 1. It's too
what's the weapon
busy.
again?
Oh gosh, the weapon.
Fuck am I looking?
Where is it?
Is that the Vectus? What that?
Oh, it's this.
What the fuck? What that? Fenmore. Ah, okay, the Fenmore.
Oh, I see it now.
Ah, alright, see, I think that's a problem. Oh,
It's a
and the
Latum.
Latum. Okay. Alright, I'm not
It's
laughing
not
at
their
your
fault.
fashion.
It's
I'm
not their
laughing at my
fault.
inability to spot the weapons. Okay. Damn.
I don't like the purple color that you used for Mag here. It looks a bit awkward next to the gold.
I think this is very easy to fix.
Yeah, it is easy
Remove
to
everything.
fix, though.
And when I say everything, I mean don't actually remove everything. But the Latum and the Fenmore, those are gorgeous looking weapons. And Mag is a very elegant frame, especially with the skin that you have. Void Shell plus the helmet, very good. It should be very easy. You have way too much stuff going on right now. You have Protovire, Narmer/sentient design, ephemera with floating energy. You have satellite disc shoulders. You have a sentient chest piece. Relax.
I think
all right.
Fracta almost could have worked here.
Let's bring it back like 10 steps back. This is close. colors work very well, skin works very well, but again, you don't every single time, you go to the appearance slot, there are like, left, right, shoulder, chest piece, left, right, leg. You don't actually have to put any attachments there. You can leave those slots completely empty. That's just something to consider here. Because if you do, this would be, one, I'd be able to see the weapon immediately, and two, it would be much more consistent.
It's
Yeah,
too
so
much
the
energy
colors here,
going on.
as safe as they are, they match the Latum and the Fenmore well. But again, it's like, let's tone it down on the attachments here so we can actually see the weapon and see the Warframe, because my eyes are having a hard time making out everything with all these different shapes, clashing attachments, and the fucking Protovire ephemera, which is not something I'd recommend ever using. No one should use that ephemera.
I
Like, no
like the
one should
sigil up in
use
front.
Latala.
That's
The
great.
sigil's fine. Sigil's good.
The sigil and the chest piece, they're fine. I think you have
Uh,
some. Okay,
I
well.
disagree with the chest piece, but that's because it's off center.
Oh wait, let me see.
It is.
Oh yeah, it's
But that's a
it's
Warframe
too
thing.
high.
So,
It's
yeah,
too high.
again.
But it would have looked nice if it sat correctly. But I think it's fine. I think you balanced it pretty well with the sigil. Fracta almost could have worked on this frame, but I do think that the energy is a bit too bright here. Like the light blue that you have is a bit too bright. I think the other blue is fine. The bluish purple that you have here, the purple. But
Yeah. No ephemera for me.
No Protovire
No
Apex.
Protovire. No Protovire. No. Even the Cyanana, you could axe that.
The
I would
Cyanana.
axe all the attachments. You can maybe the shoulders. You can play around with those. I think color-wise they could work with Latum and whatnot. But again, you are taking a lot away from letting, like, let the frame speak for itself. Let the colors do work here. Let them match with the weapons. It's a problem if you have the weapons holstered, but I can't see them. Yeah, like. But yeah, good work though. The fashion's nice. Colors are nice. They're a little safe, but I mean, you're playing with the Latum and Fenmore, so it works thematically, So yeah, good job.
I
But
like the
also
textures on the
damn,
body.
remove those attachments, man.
The textures on the body are incredibly nice. Yeah, the underboob sigil. It's nice here, but the light blue. There's just so much light blue and so much blocks of colors against these. I think the shade of gold is really elegant. You chose a very good shade of gold here, but I could barely see it because it's being covered by the light blue and this purple. It's just a bit too much. A bit too much. Yeah, I do wish that the blues matched more, which is what I was trying to say. Like, when I immediately saw this, I was just like, oh, the shades of blue are a bit off. And, of course, I don't really like the Apex version of the Protovire ephemera. If you're gonna use the Protovire ephemera at all, like, ever...
Never use it. Just don't.
I don't like the
If you think
Apex.
about it, just don't.
I don't like the Apex version. Even though it does look nice on the legs, what ruins it is the crotch guard and how it sits at the top. This makes her really top heavy, and I know you tried to counteract it with the Cyan, but I also think that the Cyan, I don't really like it. It clings too close to her body. And then you have all these pointy things going outward. I don't think it matches. Personally, even though it's from the same set, I don't like how it does that. It makes the energy like clip into the Cyan itself. And
Personally, Protovire will only work if you are doing very heavy sentient stuff and also armored stuff. If you're not doing either or, I would just avoid it. It has such a strong theme, and like look to it, it's not versatile. Like it's very difficult to use that ephemera on warframes that aren't leaning into that aesthetic. You're just gonna have a hard time, and it just ends up looking cluttered and pointless, or at best I'm indifferent about it. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Rotavire bad, Atala bad. Oh.
The base frame is very strong. Like, wow. The white isn't too bright. It looks great. The black isn't too oil slick looking, which I do appreciate about this. But yeah. Too much energy going on, and you know, it's easily fixed, as Ludens said. A good color selection, getting rid of a lot of these attachments would help it out a bit. Like, quite a bit. But yeah, Creo, if you want to do some animations, feel free to. If not, I'll just film as is. All right. Thank you for your first entry into this contest, Creo. Liger, please get ready. And go to the front. All right, we have a chroma.
Oh, Cronin. Cronin. That's a lot of pointy bits.
I actually like how the ion shoulders look with this Cronin. I think it's really cool and elegant. And I like how you colored the ribbons that wrap around in black. That's what I would have done, instead of having it stay a duotone. And the accent colors are really nice. Like greenish blue. And some copper and black.
Yeah. So I like how pointy everything is. You got the pointy from the helmet, that pointy on the shoulders, pointy on the elbows, and the Cronin going backwards. Just a lot of points, right? Nice. Don't really care about the colors here. I'm sort of whatever on them. It's very much to me black, white, plus color.
Copper and
Yeah,
the
like to
aqua
me
color.
this is very much dominated
by
mostly
the
by black and white. So that is a color combination I really don't. I'm indifferent
don't
about.
mind it.
I don't mind it. I just wish it was something else because it's again like.
I wish
like,
the
damn,
black.
that's really safe.
I wish the black was either dark blue or a dark brown. That would have made it more interesting. But not much to say about the attachments. You kept it clean. There's a good weapon focus over here. I think the weapons being holstered on the side of him. I think it works with the top of the frame. Adds a nice balance with the ion shoulders. And I like that you kept it clean from a Sign Donna. He doesn't really need a Sign Donna in the back here.
I wish, like, my one complaint about this is I wish it was just a little bit more, or I wish, like, the Cronin because to me, when I look at this, I'm just the Cronin is pointing. It's just existing there because everything else is pointy. But I wish like I had more of a theme here. Um, it's consistent in terms of like shapes and whatnot, but
Yeah, it's very, very
I just
consistent.
I
I
wish it
really appreciate
was
that.
I just wish it was a little bit more. It gave me something more. Maybe like, hey, you have consistent colors and you have consistent points, but also like this is a like I look at this and I'm just like like chroma with points, like chroma with pointy bits. Like that is my first impression when I look at the fashion.
Needs more
Not
oomph.
yeah, I wish somewhere in that description you maybe could have snuck in yes, chroma wields a Cronin because I don't know.
I just mainly think it's about the colors. Like the
I
colors
think
are
it's just the
safe.
colors. I
It's
think the
safe.
colors
I
here
think black
they're
and
like
white are too
boring
safe.
safe to me. I'm like it's whatever.
I would keep the aqua and I would keep the
Fun.
copper. I would change the black. I would change the white. I would change the white to maybe like something like cream, and then maybe work with a dark brown. That would have made it more interesting. Or even like dark blue and then a cooler shade of white would have made it interesting too. I just think that there's too much neutrality. It's black and white. It's neutral, but I would keep this.
I also just don't really care for how the weapon is like the same exact colors. Again, for me, weapons are they're weapons. I don't like there's an extent which I will match the Warframe to the weapon in terms of color if there's a thematic reason to do so. Sentient stuff, for example, their weapons are their bones and themselves. It makes sense to mash those two things, right? But outside of that, why is the weapon the same color as your drip? Like
Yeah, it's too.
outside of just matching colors because I want to make sure that they match, it's like I don't know. I feel like that's a very safe way to play in terms of making things match or making the fashion and weapon coherent together. I would have liked to see that cohesion be represented by something that isn't just colors
It's
and
it's too like. It's like chroma. I really would have liked to see a different animation set too, rather than his own. I guess. Just something you need to add something that makes this more dynamic. It's too safe of an entry, but not bad. Are you too late to join the contest? Currently, we don't have anyone inviting to the dojo, so it's a little bit hard to get new entrants in. Hopefully if someone like Lucy or Amer like hop online, we could get Uikulu or like Black Saikatsu on. And Liger, if you want to do some posing, feel free to do that. I would be able to film it, look much better in the edited video. Let me exit call real quick. Wait, actually. Let me try doing a phone call. Getting someone online to be able to invite you guys. Because I'm currently filming. It's just a panel of judges, and then there is a community favorite option, but that's if we cannot find a 4th place or 5th place. Alright, Liker. Thank you for your entry. I think I'm done filming. I did some pre-filming before this, so you're good to go. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, go to the front. Next up, we have Brandom Cedo.
Ah, nice. Actually, I haven't actually looked at it for more than a second. Oh shoot, the shotgun skin. That's neat.
Just taking a look at the back. You have an X-Cal Umbra. I will say this right now. I think the Magor looks good with this because of the way that his feet are. Something about the skin that always stood out to me was like the front of his toes, I guess. Guess that works with it.
I'm going to explode. I don't know.
What happened?
No, I'm just thinking.
I wish the scarf was a bit darker though. The color does look a bit muddy. Like it's a.
Is this a Doom guy fashion? If it is, I'm.
No, I don't think it's a Doom guy fashion.
Okay. Okay.
It's just a color scheme. Unless
Damn.
Random Cedo says it is? I don't think it is. Nope,
Okay,
not Doom guy.
good.
Yeah.
Because I would have literally just give you 1 point and moved on. Yeah, shoulders here. I don't like the shoulder attachment on the the other side, the metal arm. Just just get rid of that.
Yeah, I actually don't think that the scarf fits here unless it was darker, because it's making the whole thing muddy because all the colors are pretty subdued.
You don't need the emerald details here. They clash with everything else.
Yeah.
One thing I will say straight up is I appreciate that the weapon is
It's
not
clearly
like
seen.
the same color as the Warframe, and you're leaning more into thematic, matching the themes, or like using the weapon and fashion in conjunction to portray a theme, rather than like, hey, my weapon is the same color as my fashion, or vice versa, right? So that's very nice, because that's not something that I don't think anyone else has done right now, at least so far. So that's nice. That being said, there's some things about the fashion that I personally don't really like. The umbral details, don't think you need it. I don't think the scarf is worth compromising the consistency that you have between your attachments and weapons and skins here. You don't need the emerald little blades on the shoulder or the things on the side of your legs. For the scarf, I don't think it's worth it just to have the scarf there. I would remove it. Colors are fine. I understand that color channels are different for the shoulders and the legs, and that's probably why the shoulder plate is so it doesn't cleanly sit well in terms of colors. It's not the same green. Probably because you had to match the legs first. It's fine, but that's something to be aware of. Sometimes maybe just no attachments there would have been stronger. Between the attachments on the shoulders and the legs, if you were to choose just one, and you were to fix the colors there, I would fix the colors on the shoulders and just remove the legs. Even though I do like the Magor legs on the skin, I just would have preferred to see the shoulder colored better here, and a single shoulder. I don't really think the other shoulder
Yeah,
works, or just no shoulders at all. Honestly, you could probably do no shoulders if you remove the scarf.
I think if you're gonna use
And
the shoulders, use one and make it darker. Just because the colors are, it's just a big block of gray, like right now.
yeah, energy being that very gamer red, I don't really care for. Would have done something else different, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I
Fits
think
with the
it's
very
fine.
like grungy, edgy kind of whatever mercenary kind of not Warframe look. That's fine. It looks dirty and not clean. That's okay. It looks aggressive. Fits with the shotgun. That's fine. But yeah, just remove the scarf. Get rid of that. Um, Maybe tweak the colors a little bit in regards to the attachments. Be a little bit more conscious about that. And maybe get away from yeah, maybe experiment with the energy. You know what? I would have blacked out the energy. I think black energy here would have looked interesting.
I agree with that. Or
It
just
would
something
really
different rather
yeah,
than red.
the pistol skin being the shotgun skin is already pretty foreign to Warframe. Um, I say go further, push it further, and take away as much Warframe elements as possible. So that would be the scarf, the prime details, the emissives, which are very much like a Warframe thing that you think of on every fashion as the energy color. Just remove that stuff, and see how far you can push a fashion that looks not Warframe in Warframe, and yeah,
I don't know. It's a strong entry. There's a few flaws,
yep.
but the theming is on point.
I'm being very picky. I'm
Yeah,
being
yeah,
very picky.
yeah. I mean, I think the Magre looks good here. It actually looks good there, but yeah, there's a bit too much muddiness at the top due to all of the gray and just I guess the shading of it.
Cool.
Like you could probably play with some dark blue instead of like a dark bluish gray instead of this neutral color, but yeah, I would remove this piece over here. Scarf, pretty much agree with, but I like the pistol a lot. Thank you for your Excal entry. Let me finish scoring this. Move everyone up. You're on the PS5. Okay. Thank you, Brandom Cito. If you have a second entry, you could go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. Next up, we have Guppy is here. Was here. Guppy was here. Alright, we have a... Let's see. Aviar Prime on the legs. Oh. What happened? Hey, this disappeared.
Uh. All right. Eat. There we go.
He crashed? Alright. We'll wait for them to get back. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna do some inviting right now. Alright, who needs to get invited? By the way, I'm gonna do invites right now while we wait for that player to get back. Lucy was inviting? Okay. Did you guys get the invites already? Oh, Lucy was inviting? Oh, thank you so much.
I think they might have went to go get their factor meal that they were picking up. Oh shit.
Use my code.
Yep. What's the fashion rules? Weapon and Warframe. Make them work together.
Yes,
That
make
does
them work
not
together.
mean color them the same. It means make them thematically work together. That can mean, hey, I have a corpus weapon. This is shit. I wish I had better examples. I don't have any right now because my holsters don't work, so I only have my melee. Um, hey, look, sentient Zaku. Zaku is broken. Ah, the broken war. It makes sense, right? Yeah, she's like, oh, he's back. Okay, something like that. Is there any way to tell where you place in the queue? Man, just oh, there's 24 of you guys. Oh my god.
All right. I actually kind of like this attachment on the Meg skin.
It is okay.
Looks all right. It adds a lot of detail because this skin normally doesn't have that much detail up in the
No,
front.
it's pretty plain.
It's plain.
In a good way.
I like it though.
Ah, those like attachments. Those gotta go. Delete.
Yeah, that doesn't really work. She has a
They're
lot of
like
round
little.
stuff. Like, she has a lot of rounded stuff going on in this frame. Like, it's very smooth and like curved in a round way. This spiky, it doesn't work here.
Also, they just kind of stick out. Okay, so colors. I love this wine color and the bronzy gold. The metallics here and colors are just they're fine. They
Yeah,
are
the
very
colors are
very
nice.
strong. They're very safe, elegant, but I like that. Colors that I would personally use. Now onto the weapons. That's all the compliments you're getting for the colors because I don't really know what else to say. It's very very good. Um, don't have any complaints there. Weapons. Uh, Again, I feel like this is a case of playing it a little safe, or maybe interpreting the theme in a very safe way, where the weapons are very much just like, all right, let's
Add weapons.
copy,
Let's
yeah,
add
add
weapons to
weapons,
a
and then
mag.
copy the colors. Now I think the pistols here work very well with mag, the shapes of them, how they sit in terms of how they're holstered. Even though that's not something you can really control, I think choosing them here work well. I have said this several times, but a complaint I have, or what I'd like to see less of, is just weapons that are in the same color as your frame. Because, yes, weapons are an extension of your frame, but they shouldn't be in the same color, if that makes sense. Like, you don't think of a pistol in the same color of, like, your fit or anything. And I really wish you would have given the weapons more distinction away from your frame in terms of colors, because I feel like the pistols here didn't need to be in the same colors to fit your Warframe. I feel like the shape and how elegant they are and how they sit on her legs is enough to convey that they are paired. They're a pair with Mag. Um, the Nakana feels like it's completely out of place for
Yeah,
me,
the Nakana I would remove.
and I feel like it's only there because of the colors. So inversely, Nakana feels like it's there because of the colors, even though it doesn't shape wise work with the rest of Mag for me. Um, Same with the Scourge, or uh, throwing weapon. What are they called? Spear guns. Spear guns. Same
Yeah,
with the
there's
spear
spear
gun. Again,
guns.
it's another thing where I just don't. Design wise, it fits, but again, it's I don't. Uh, Not even design wise. I should say color wise, it works, but it doesn't do much for me. I'm pretty whatever about it.
I think the animation set is a bit awkward when it comes to like displaying the Scourge and
Yeah.
just the combination
That's
of everything. The
that's
animation
also
set and the
because you
Scourge.
have everything here. So this is a very strong entry, and like it's just a couple. Like, be a little bit more conservative with not attachments, weapons here. Like you could just go with the pistols. If the pistols were in a different color that weren't the same as your Warframe, this would be fine. I'd be like, yo, this is perfect.
Yeah, I don't really like how the Scourge is underneath the Sayandana. The Sayandana looks good though.
And again, like, you do have to control, or not control, but you do have to be picky about things that you can't control here, because you can't control how things are holstered. But that is something that we're going to consider, because if you do holster a weapon and it looks ugly, even if it's not something you can control, I'm still going to call it ugly, or I'm still going to say it doesn't fit, or it's clipping or whatever, right? So yeah, take that into consideration. Yeah, so minor things with the fashion, the legs, get rid of the leg plates, you know.
You don't add anything.
And then it really is just the weapon choice here. Don't care for the spear gun, don't care for the Nakana. I wish you made the pistols their own thing rather than making them just an extension of mag through colors, because they would have been perfect here. So if you do re-enter, if you want to fix this up a little bit,
this
be
is
really,
a very
really
strong
good.
entry.
Very, very strong. Albeit I do think the colors are a bit safe, but hey, it's still very, very.
You still don't tend to see these colors, even if they are safe in our world, in the outside, the fashion
Spear gun
frame
is
community.
not supposed to be on. Okay, ignoring the spear gun then. Same with the Nakana. It's the Nakana and the colors. So get rid of the Nakana. And those like pieces. Those like pieces are not doing it. Okay. Nice. Can you re-enter with the fixed version? Yes, you can re-enter with fixed versions. Although, yeah, you can re-enter with fixed versions. If you want to do that.
So, Guppy, if you want to do some posing.
You just want to keep me stuck here for hours. It's okay. Stand up for it.
Thank you for your entry, Guppy. I think this was your first time entering. But next up is Kuzle. aka Anita is weird. Assassin Haro Hiku and ceramic dagger. Alright, let's see this.
Where's the ceramic dagger? Oh, there's the ceramic dagger. Hey cow. Okay. Oh right, yeah. Throwing weapons are a thing. That's something that people
it's right here
I've
on
not
the
seen
side.
enough of. Yeah. Okay. So like, sorry, I'm like stretching.
This purplish gray is great, by the way, with the chrome for the accents, like the black gun, the gunmetal color. The gunmetal next to this purplish gray is great, but I don't like the shade of red. I don't like the red in it.
I respect and appreciate your ability to not throw a billion attachments onto Hero. That is very nice.
Fits well with the helmet.
Yes, but also the ephemera. I don't understand the bats really. Feel like assassin war priest vibes, but then the bats are very comical and they're flying all over the place, and you kind of lose me there. Easy fix though, so I'm just gonna pretend I don't see the bats, even though it's very difficult. Hikau, cool. I do for once, for weapons that are like throwing weapons, Hikau and the kunai and what have you, having the holsters match the warframe and be an extension of the warframe is fine to me. It makes sense. Like that is okay. Normally I wouldn't want them to be, but they're holsters, and holsters are worn, right? So they're less of a weapon and more of like they feel more like an extension of the warframe rather than like an entity that exists on it, like a gun or something. All right. So that's cool. I like that.
I only have an issue with the red that's used here.
Uh, can you zoom on the? Okay, yeah, and you colored the ceramic dagger differently. I like the handle being wood or like a brown. That's neat. Or like a leather. Okay, it's different. Respect. Don't really care for the white line. Wish you could have. I mean, you already have so much white, and I know that's kind of like a bony white, but I wish it was a different color, or just to put more emphasis on the dagger being its own thing. Uh, but it's clear to me that you did put care into making the dagger, not just like copy colors, right? So good
Agree.
job there.
That's at the top of the white split. I think I wish it would be a little bit different.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's a very safe entry. It's very good. Um, I just wish that like you put maybe a little bit more emphasis on the dagger through colors. And the ephemera I'd just get rid of.
Yeah.
So
I would change the red up a little bit. Like the red is
yeah,
too
the red
standard.
energy you could also
It's too standard.
change, and maybe throw in some other. I don't know. Maybe add a tiny bit of color into the whites on your frame or the grays. It's very like inoffensive fashion to me. The theme I think is really pulling this one.
Love the gunmetal color. Looks
But
great here.
yeah, I don't really have much else to say.
Yeah, not much to say. We are closed on entries for now. If it's up
Yes,
to
please, no
Ludens.
more entries. Oh my
Yeah.
god, there's like 26. There's 26 entries. We have done 12. We have to do another round after.
Yeah, if you guys are late, then I mean, you guys are
Yeah.
late, so
You could buy an entry if you order off a
factor.
factor, actually. So if you wanted to do that, you can do that. Yeah. If you order off factor, use code factor SE. What the fuck was the code again? I just ordered using factor with the link in the is it in the description or in the where do you keep the link? Why do you not have the Oh yeah.
It's right there,
Factor
man.
SE43505 for 40% off plus 20% off your next month. Go to go.factor75.com. Why am I doing this? I don't get paid.
Okay, thank you for the entry, Kuzle. If you wanna,
Nice. Thanks for ordering off Factor.
nice. If you wanna do more animations, feel free to show up in the video. If not, you could go to the back. Good entry.
Oh, one more thing on this. Maybe have the dagger. Well, it depends on if you have the dagger holster, if you have the holster style. But having the holster on the back or like lower torso, I think that would look much better than having it on the side.
Oh, I agree with that too.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Next up, we have anime lover, aka Joseph Rufy.
Man, I could really go for a factor meal because I'm fucking hungry. Also, they are pretty good.
We have him on the PlayStation.
What the? Oh, PlayStation. Gamer. Is this a Dex Dacra? Or Boltor?
Looks like a Boltor in the back. Bright red.
Narmer? Is this Narmer? Is that what I'm is that what he said in chat? Oh, a Narmer. Okay, Narmer. Okay. Got it.
Polyzape. I think the front sigil is too much. I would remove it.
Yeah. Sigil and ephemera are too much here. Oh my god, those particle effects go crazy. Yeah, sigil, ephemera. Don't need them.
Yeah, you don't need them.
Narmer look very difficult because we just don't have much in that kind of style yet outside of the Protovire ephemera, which please don't ever use. the cheese gold is actually pretty accurate with the Narmer gold, but it doesn't mean it's very good. I would have toned down the gold a little bit, made it less cartoony.
Yeah, I'd tone
Maybe
down
done
the
something in the
gold
storm
and
palette.
fix the red up a little bit because the red is yeah, it's coming off a bit tomato.
The Syndana does not work here.
It doesn't go with the frame.
You got lotus symbols, and it's very curvy, and also kind of this weird flat. It's like flat, curvy, and then you have a frame that is very pointy, or at least the shoulders are very pointy, and the helmet is very aggressive. Someone's coughing outside. Excuse me. Yeah. So.
I think you're trying to match like the top of the Syndana with, I guess, his shoulder plates, but just thematically, this doesn't make sense, I suppose.
Same with the weapons here. Like, you know what? If you were gonna, I'm surprised I haven't just seen anyone throw on like a Dex skin and then use just the Dex weapons. Don't do that, by the way. I'll just give you a single point and move on. But like, the Dex weapons here don't really work well with the theme that you're going for, and also the design of the Dex weapons are so strong in the sense that they are branded with this Lotus crap that just having them in a different color doesn't make me think that they are supposed to be Narmer weapons or whatever. They just look like Dex weapons that are recolored to fit your frame, and recolored in a way where they look toyish.
Yeah, there's a way to go about saturated fashion, but with this exact mix of colors, I don't think it works here. The emblems, they look nice. I wish you would have used a deeper red, just like those emblems, but yeah, the red here is too bright. It's too orangey red.
We're not that mean, okay? I feel like I've been pretty.
Yeah, I think we've been okay.
Yeah, we've been pretty okay.
The ephemera and sigil, they don't really add much. The lightning. Yeah, I don't think there's a need for the lightning. There's nothing thematic about it. But
all right, for the people who are still waiting to come up, and also for you, if you are going to re-enter, this contest can be interpreted in several different ways. You can either match the weapon with the fashion of your frame. You can make the fashion of your Warframe, in terms of colors, match your weapon. Or you can integrate your weapon into the fashion, right?
Yeah.
Whether that be thematically or like have the weapon, in this case, like maybe it would mostly be melees, holstered in a way that adds something to, I guess, your overall loadout, right? I would encourage you to not fall under the first one where you just match the colors.
Like copy
Don't
Warframe colors
because,
to the weapon.
Yeah, try not to do that. I would want to put an emphasis on the weapon being its own entity, separate from just same colors on Warframe, if that makes sense. So try to make weapons and Warframes match together, but that doesn't mean just match the colors. There has to be some sense there.
Some sense of confusion.
Example, corpus skin, corpus weapon is silver or like is like blue. The attachments that you use have the same design language as the corpus weapon, match them together. Okay, right? Doesn't mean toss on the same colors just because I like this weapon and I like this Warframe. Try to have shapes line up together. Okay, and also be careful because you don't have control over holstering stuff all the time. So if your Boltor looks funny on your back, maybe just take it off.
Yeah. The bolt right here doesn't really add much. It just sticks out, and it's a different shade from everything else because it's colored on metallics. So I'd be worried about that. Because if you're gonna use different colored metallics, you should pay attention to how it works for the rest of your frame. You have a lot of matte going on, and then you have a bunch of metallic parts. Just be mindful of that. There's a big color blocking issue going on here, and it just doesn't flow well. So yeah, there's a lot of points of interest here. Like if you're gonna use a very pointy frame, you might wanna like tone down everything else because you don't want too much clashing. You don't want too much. I get overstimulated looking at this. There's just a lot going on. So yeah, just be mindful of it. There's a such thing as looking too plain, but there's also looking too cluttered. And this is too cluttered. But thank you for your entry. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. Good stuff to fix there, so you could probably re-enter with some adjustments. Next up is Rooftop is here. Is Rooftop here? Because it seems like Rooftop is not here. Oh, there you go. Okay. You have a Zephyr. We have pops of magenta, an orange, blue, black, and a slightly bluish silver. 7 neutral one. Right back here.
What the fuck is the Baza Prime? Baza Prime.
Oh, you have something nice going on in the...
Yeah, so everything I said about the last entry applies here, minus the colors. Again, well, at least my critique on the colors. This contest, the framing of it is very tricky, where it's very easy to just, I guess, qualify if you make your weapon the same color as your Warframe, but that's not going to net you good points. There's a lot more that goes into that than just, hey, copy paste colors, right? And what we have going on here is just copy paste colors onto the weapons from your frame.
I do like the front sigil. I don't like how it's pure white. I think the alpha is a bit too much on the sigil itself, that it looks a bit unnatural. I would have toned the alpha a bit down. Yeah, the weapons do blend a bit much. The shoulders are nice, but I don't really care for the Sakara. And the Sakara is making it a little bit bright. So, just pay attention to that. The weapon here does not feel intentionally colored. It feels like a copy Warframe color. I would probably advise you to, I don't know, just...
I think it's supposed to be the base Baza, but at the same time, it's the Prime variant. And also, the Baza is not a very messy weapon. It's very clean in line. So this is the thing with, like, even if the frame is colored off the weapon, it's matching the lines here, right? Like, no, Zephyr and Baza Prime are very messy, but
it gets lost in the frame.
Yeah, it gets lost in the frame, and that's really the issue here, is it just gets lost, and it doesn't...
I feel like you could have picked a different weapon and then colored it differently.
Or just a different frame. Yeah, because you...
The frame could be fine if, yeah, just the weapon doesn't really match with the frame.
I don't I don't care for the shoulder plates here. I don't think they kind of like break up her silhouette. They poke out too much. They don't have the same amount of detail, as in like they don't have the same amount of busyness.
I think
And the
these,
gradient energy just kind of looks weird because it's the only thing on Zephyr that has that gradient energy.
yeah. I think her collar, the pointy bits around her collar, and the combination of that collar and the shoulder piece, it doesn't really look natural. It doesn't look good. It doesn't. At first, I thought I was fine with it, but then just looking at it, just a combination of the collar and this shoulder piece, it's creating an awkward gap over here. It's like an awkward gap. I would just remove it, I guess. I know you probably picked it for the shape and because it goes with the top of her helmet, but she already has enough detailing around her neck area and shoulder area that you don't really need something like this. Yeah. It's the Sakara. And yeah, as I said earlier, I don't really care for the Sakara.
I'm less inclined to believe that this is supposed to be a Baza, default Baza colored like Zephyr when like the Afona Prime is colored in the same way, and also it's silver. I don't know. It just if you are going off the Baza colors, which are good colors, and Baza is a very nice weapon to like base fashion around. I've done it several times. I don't have anything for you to show right now, but like it is something you can do. I just don't think this is executed very well. Too messy. Uh,
The colors they're okay. There's too many bright colors competing for a spot though. So one of them needs to be toned down, preferably the orange possibly. Yeah, the alpha channel on the front sigil. You can tone it down. It's too pure white. Yeah, the hot pink. Um, I'll just remove this. Maybe you could try making it yellow. Something like that would work a lot better. It doesn't really look that great next to the orange and the blue. It actually gets a bit lost. Unless you look really, really close. And yeah, that is my input. Ludens said all of what was needed to be said regarding the weapon. I gave my commentary on the attachments, as well as the emblems and the Sakara. I probably, instead of a black, I would work with dark blue here, like next to that light blue. If you're gonna keep this silver, because I think the shade of silver is fine. It's bluish, which I really like. Yeah. Try changing the pink into yellow and see where that goes. Just anything but the hot pink. Thank you for the entry, Rooftop. If you have any animations that you want to show when it comes to the edited video, feel free to do them now. Yeah, the sigil takes major attention. It's because it's pure white, and that pure white is not present anywhere else on the frame. I do like the idea of the sigil being there, but it's just... it's turned up too high.
Thank you for the entry.
Yes,
Very
thank
cool.
you. Next up, we have Comatose after Rooftop, who's playing on the PS5. I mean, that would be funny, but
I mean, yeah.
that would be rigged. That would just... That would be rigging it a bit. Ooh, we have a Gara.
Wow. Neat.
I really like how you colored the hilt here.
This could have been so easy. Damn.
The pink actually
It's
goes really well here.
yeah,
I like the
it's
pink.
almost there.
What happened? What happened, Ludens? Say it.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, a couple things. I don't like the shoulder attachments. I don't think you
Hmm.
have very flat triangles with a frame that doesn't have that
Yeah, it's
shape. It
sitting...
doesn't. It sits weird. You don't really need them. I mean, from the front, it kind of does add a it works with the silhouette, but like from any other angle, it just looks off. Um, I'm being pretty picky here because outside of that, I don't really have much critiques on the
She does
colors.
have like an upside down V shape that's... Well, she has a V shape that's on her helmet, like right in the front over here, but
Right, but
it's
it's
not
also
as angular as...
yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of curved.
yeah.
She
Uh,
does have that lining going on, but it's not perfectly straight like these shoulder pieces are.
yeah. Um, yeah. For the colors here, I would tweak them a little bit to my own taste, but that's to my own taste. I think they work fine. The leg attachments, fine here. I think adding extra of that green blue to the shoulder to the legs here is fine. Um, now the one thing with this weapon, because this is like a I'm being really picky here, but man, I wish you made the sword look more like I don't want to say more like a sword, but just more of its own thing. If it didn't share the same colors as Gara here, if maybe the wrapping on the Sandana sword was on the Sandana handle was maybe like not a white, maybe it was like I don't know a rich red, or maybe the sheath wasn't just black and there wasn't energy on it that was the same as your frame. I really wish that the weapon here was just a little bit more distinct
Yeah, the
in
sheath
terms of what
being
you
black.
colored
I mean, I
as.
think it's dark
Yeah.
blue actually. It's like dark blue that looks like black, but I wish it was something
Yeah.
different. But I do like what you did with over here. That part. That's really nice.
Yeah. It's very good though. This is very, very strong, and like thematically with the Syandana and Gara, it works very, very well. I really wish the Syandana was just or not Syandana. I really wish the Nakana was just a little more distinct and its own thing, and then you'd have something that I think would place
I would
very, very,
tone
very, very high.
this light blue that's on the metallics just one shade darker or something, like on the same palette if you can.
On the glass?
Like this lightest blue color, it's kind of jarring actually. It's
The
creating
blue or the
the
glass?
light blue that's on this frame, like...
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
think that's defined by energy.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
bit... It's too bright. And it's... I like the color. I just think the shading is just a bit off. It looks too bright. Just a little bit too bright. But otherwise, from afar, looks fine. Shoulders, get rid of them. Like the leg plate, I do like. What else? The shade of gold is really nice, and I do like the red that you chose, as well as the pink. I think well done on your color palette. Just aside from the lightest color that you have here, I think it's great. You can't make it darker without vastly changing its colors. What, is this from the Katir palette? Well, either way, it looks good, as is. Just needs some slight adjustment. I don't know. This has a weird texture when it's applied on. That's just my main issue with it. Tenno palettes plus corpus for that the light blue. Yeah, maybe I'll try something from Katir then, if you haven't already. But it kind of depends. I'd have to see it in the arsenal. Regardless, I do agree with what he said about the sword. I think the pink is really cool. The pink is used very well here, which I do appreciate next to the red. I think it's a good entry. Very strong entry. That's just my certain issue with it. One of the colors is off. And the shoulder attachment. If you face the front, I would like to film your entry. Just make sure you're in the center of the circle. Since you're a bit off center, just stand right there. Nice drifter. Alright, thank you. Let me film this. Thank you for your entry, Koma. Next up, we have Ethereal Mirage Shifter here. You have a second entry. Please go to the back. If not, go to the front. Have Kora Lux with the Miyabi helmet. I don't really like the ephemera here. I don't think it goes with the frame. And
we got a lot going on.
And it sits a bit awkwardly on the Sayandana. The shoulders... The she... Is it called she?
She.
Yeah. I don't like how it looks with the base. The looks itself. It just doesn't go with its theme. It has like a very organic theme with like succulents and such, but it's like these shoulders give a bit of a like a robotic vibe.
Yep. So.
And it doesn't sit well on her legs. Her legs are very slender, and you know, it just interrupts her legs.
So this is again, when you do fashion or when you do have. You're messing with your attachments or whatever, not every slot needs to be filled, and this is a skin, or at least this is a deluxe skin that basically says, hey, do not use any attachments because they do not match at all, whether it be the design, the color channels, materials used, whether they complement the silhouette, nothing matches. And this is partially due to the fact that deluxe skins are so unique in their aesthetic that no Warframe attachments are really designed to match or complement those aesthetics.
I think the sword kind of matches, but I don't.
The sword is
the
because
gun.
it's a skin that came with the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a skin that came with
I would
Kora
just
Deluxe.
leave
So
it.
the blade whip is that, yeah. Hystrix Prime, I think that's what it's called. It is Kora's weapon, signature weapon. So, you know, okay, little continuity there. That's cool. But it's again coated in the same color as I feel like it could be fine with different colors to make it look less of just copy pasted over from base Kora here. Um, the design of Hystrix Prime works very well with Kora. It isn't holstered the best, but that's not something you can really control just because Warframe is kind of quirky like that. But the design of it works very well. Shapes and whatnot, just the colors of it blend in too much. The Corpus Cyandan and the Corpus bits in general, everything Corpus here
Does not
is
fit.
just does not fit. Same with the Cyandana. You have a very flowy Cyandana on a frame that is very spiky and organic.
It's like it's like a rugged.
Don't really need it.
Like a rugged, like adventure looking
yeah.
sign
So just less on the attachments. Less is
Yeah.
often more, and often adding more just ends up hurting the consistency of things, unless it really is. Unless it actually complements things, it ends up just being either at worst inconsistent and hurts your theme, or at best I'm indifferent about it. Colors are they're okay.
Yeah, they're
I want to
okay.
say they're very safe. You have a lot of blacks and grays here, so it's just, to me, this is just shades of black plus a pretty strong accent color and energy that is purple. That's it really.
I
So
don't really like the pure black color that's making her lose detail on her hair. And
colors are just not.
Yeah, just so much detail
They're very
is
safe, and because you have so much of the actual color coming from energy effects here, a lot of the details on the frame are lost, and a lot of the focus is less on the frame and more on the colors, the energy color, and it just looks very. It doesn't.
It could be nice if it had less to it.
Yeah, it doesn't look very like legible. Like a lot of the details of Kora Deluxe, which is already a very complex frame design, are lost in the fact that you have very pitch blacks that just kill any shadows, and make it very difficult to make out the textures of the frame and whatnot. So just be a little bit more conscious about.
Yeah, I think because it's colored so darkly, is like this deluxe skin is really nice, and you know, you could, if you just toned down, if you made this brighter, this light gray color brighter on the base, like you could have a really nice gradient with the skin. But since you use so many dark colors, you lose the gradient that's on the skin. Like her abdomen is supposed to have like a really obvious gradient. I feel like it gets lost, and like her hair for the Miyabi helmet, like that's also lost. Like you just see the mask and that's it. And that's the gripe that I have with using the pure black here. But yeah, improve the attachments. Maybe you could try adding a maroon to this. Make it less basic black, gold, purple. I think maroon would look nice next to this shade of purple. And yeah, just toy around with it. Less neutral shade of gray for the body, and less of this pure black. I'll fix that. Remove the she. Doesn't really add anything. Bulks up her legs when it doesn't need to. And remove the ephemera. That is my critique, and that is condensed. We'll do some filming. We'll take a picture of this. And thank you for your entry. Next up, we have Nobarisu. Who is a PC player. And I believe this is their first time entering as well. A lot of first time entrants here. Alright, we have a Sarin. With, sigil front.
Yep. That's Sarin.
We have a Mugi Prime. We have a...
The weapon is supposed to be, what's that, Latum? Can't tell.
I can't tell what it is.
Oh, those are Neferi, okay. I think, right? Is that what they're called?
I don't like the back sigil too much. It adds a pink that isn't already present in the frame. Okay, so right off the back, there are too many colors going on. And, I think the weapon is getting lost in the frame. I think you tried to do something with the Sayandana and the weapon. And you could potentially have something good here, but I also do not like the bone color that's here. It should have at least been adjusted on the weapon itself and the Sayandana. Maybe a bit darker because it appears too bright.
Man. It was a very interesting and unique way of holstering the weapons that I think is really cool. I just wish the other parts about this fashion were a little bit more consistent and strong. These sigils that you got going on in the chest and the back here, they do a lot to clutter the frame and make it difficult to just see what's going on in terms of detail around the chest area and in the back. Makes it very hard to make out the weapons. It took me a while to figure out that the weapons were there because I just couldn't focus on Sayandana with how much energy crap was moving around in the back. In terms of attachments, I don't really think the shoulders work here. They are very smooth. They don't have as much detail.
It clips into her neck thing.
Yeah, I mean, even ignoring the clipping, because that's something that, is very difficult to avoid in Warframe. I just don't really think they do much here. Especially with the detailings of the skin. Better without the shoulders here. Same with the chest attachment, the little floaty cloud thingy. I forgot what the name is because I never use them.
Yeah. I forget.
Also, something that you just kind of don't need. I do like that it adds a bit more asymmetry, but again, don't really need it there.
I think a Mugi here with that metallic color, like for the accent, is just too much. It's too bright, it's too saturated, and the red is too saturated here too.
All of that. Yeah.
It's
basically
a
you just gotta make sure that you're matching the metallics with the metallics on the frame, because those are clearly off. Personally, I'm not a big fan of putting leg attachments on Sarin, just because her legs are asymmetrical, and leg attachments are very much symmetrical, so, I just would have chosen without there. I don't know if the Latum is that what that sidearm is? Secondary? Other leg. I assume it's a Latum. I don't know if that's intentional or if you're just supposed to focus on that's not the Latum, that's the new skin that came out.
There's so many colors going on in this frame,
I can't tell.
to be honest. There's like 10 different colors I can name off. Including with the front and the back sigil being their own colors. I just think it should have a purpose.
I'm gonna ignore the pistol and focus on the Neferi in the back. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting and pretty unique way of holstering the weapons. I quite like that. In fact, this is one of the times where I'm like, I like that the fact that the weapons in this case, are the same colors as the frame because they are so integrated into the Warframe in the sense that they literally sit in the Cyanidana. That's neat. Makes sense. That being said,
I just
yeah,
think the
but
color
that
scheme is off.
blob of energy in the back is throwing me off a lot, and
Yeah, there's a
the
lot of
metallics being inconsistent. There's a lot of just like inconsistent colors here because they aren't matched, and I think that's why there's so many colors. If they were matched, I
it would be a
find
stronger
this to be
entry, but I
find this to
still
be
don't like
okay.
the leg and the shoulder pieces. But yeah, the assigned on and the weapon look great. Like at least the shape of them, but yeah, the colors I find issue with. She has a lot going on. And this is Nobarisu. So, I'm gonna start filming now. If you want to do any emotes, feel free to. Just gonna take 4 seconds of the back. The back is the best part about this. I don't mean that in any other way besides that. Yeah, that's why we ask for people to be on time and, you know, arrive at the dojo. Alright, thank you for your entry. Good animation set too. Thank you, Nobarisu. If you have a second entry, go to the back. Okay, next up we have some guy you know, aka completely useless, who is on the PC. If you're still here, please go to the front. Just a little bit till you get called again, yeah. We have a Trinity. This is a Seraphir, ephemera. I think it's a bit much. There's too much going on in the frame, especially with the Azoprex. I feel like you could have gone with more complete leg attachments rather than using Azoprex in this case. Because it's a very, that leg piece has a lot of jagged parts, but you have a lot of smooth stuff going on up top here. I would probably remove the ephemera here. It would be a stronger entry and, you know, more visible. As for the weapon itself, it's kind of being covered by this. One of them is being covered by the Cyanidana. I would remove the Cyanidana, to be honest. It's not really needed. The yellow that's on this gun here, it's a bit off. But it's not too bad.
Damn.
It's almost
This
there.
is really unfortunate because I think this could have been really cool. Unfortunately, DE doesn't let you holster Incarnon weapons, or at least Incarnon weapons with their Incarnon form.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, leg pieces work well. I mean, I don't really care too much about the ephemera, but it's fine. Colors are fine. It just, I really wish we could have saw the Incarnon forms. Unfortunately, because this is a contest, you can't show the incarnate forms. I have to just look at what I have and
Yeah.
judge it off that. So, having a random Lex Prime strapped to you, again, doesn't really do much, right? Oh shit,
Hey, Nightmare. Hello.
It's that guy. I remember him.
Hey, Nightmare. We're doing a fashion contest with Ludens. A weapons-focused contest. Let me give you a shout-out, Nightmare. Here's a shout-out. Shout-out, Nightmare Frame. Guys,
now that people are here, man.
Yes, this is
Okay.
Ludens.
All right, Nightmare. Real quick, I'm gonna just real quick just like mess up the contest and just talk for like a minute. Okay,
Go ahead.
so I know the new TOS is like, hey yo, don't make videos showing bugs and exploitations, right? So if I were to find an exploit that lets me use Chlorophyll like pre Colvero update, where I can generate 12x combo off every projectile shot, but this time it's bugged in a way where I can get that 12x combo without actually having to like distance myself, and I can just do it on every single hit. Do I just keep that to myself? Can I like make a video on that? Would I get banned? You know what? Whatever. Anyways,
I don't think they would strongly enforce it. I think that's just like... I think that's like protection, so if they see something exploiting a bug, they would have rights to
technically is a
ban
bug.
Yeah, it's a bug, but like...
It is an exploit. It does make the weapon like act like it's not supposed to. Okay, anyway, back to the fashion. Good colors. Just wish that like we could actually see the incarnate Genesis form here.
Yeah, I think it would have made the Azoprex legs work here, but otherwise it just doesn't really work.
Yeah.
They see it as educating people on how to cheat. Yeah, it's just yeah, I agree with you, Nerd. I think it's liability. But
That sucks.
thank you for everyone who followed the raid. My name is Deps. I'm usually a VTuber with a bunny cam, but today I'm hosting a fashion contest with Ludens here. We're both YouTube editors, and we run our own channels. we run our own channels, and I'm going to take this time to link Ludens' channel here. Hey, Drac. Hey, Ludens Warframe. He is part of...
Yeah. I did stuff. I did stuff for Zen. Relentless Zen. You guys like Zen? Yeah.
I give him a lot of footage.
Wait, that was your
also,
footage?
I don't know what else.
I see.
A good amount of it for like the mag video, and the lost chroma footage, which is literally just like my entire file.
Oh, I did not know that. Well, anyway, Ludens is part of our Warframe editing group.
I don't think I've done anything for you guys yet.
Not yet, but he's new, and we...
I'm new to Warframe.
He's new to Warframe. Oh, he's new to our group. Yeah, we do a lot of fashion stuff. This is my channel, but here's our group channel, which we're kind of working on the next cinematic.
Are we?
Well, right now I'm working with Buff on stuff.
Oh,
but,
okay. I was gonna say like.
Yeah, here's our free YouTube channels, and yeah, we do fashion shows. But yeah.
Well, now I'm gonna start making videos about exploiting bugs, but.
Nah, really?
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
Okay. Well. I haven't really found any bugs besides with Xcal, but they're old. Anyway, this is some guy you know up on stage right now. I'm gonna finish scoring him.
Yep.
Wait, I have a question for some guy you know. Is it meant to be like skin tone? Like, what's the idea behind the brown with the color scheme here?
Just incarnate.
Just incarnate, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of brown and like Latum and those weapons.
All right, got it. All right, so if you want to pose and show this during the edited video, feel free to do an emote right now. If not, you could stay still and let your animation set play out. Hello, welcome back, Anita.
If I tell people how to exploit it, would I get in trouble?
I don't...
What if I just have a conversation about
It's
how
just
to
a
exploit it?
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I love Korafel. Korafel was like the weapon that kept me back. I took such a long break and I came back. And I got the Korafel and I was like, alright, playing this game again.
Oh.
And then they fucking took it away from me. Oh, I'm encouraging bug exploits? Ah, shit. Ah, damn, alright, never mind.
Is Yotoda or Helix, are you here? So, some guy, you know, you could go to the back if you have a second entry. If not, you could go to the front. This is a 1000 plat contest. All the prizes are supplied by DE. At the end of every contest, I submit your names to them. You get plat. And I also show them the video. You're here? Alright. It's your turn to go up front. And be sure to be centered on the circle, the gold circle. So I could film you correctly. So walk up forward. We have a Caliban. Oh god. One sec. Why am I lagging? You guys see that? Okay. Back to fashion.
What is the weapon?
This.
The leg thingies?
Yeah, the leg thingies. I'm not sure what that is.
It's like the Grineer little spiky. I know what they are. I get them all the time in the View Circuit runs. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's whatever's on the back. What is that? What the fuck is that? Listen, I don't have YouTube monetization. I lost it a long time ago because I enlisted all my videos and I didn't have the watch hours, okay? Plus I made pennies off YouTube. This shit isn't worth it.
Oh yeah, I stopped caring about uploading on YouTube every day when I found out how much people really make. I was just like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna make that much. It's a Cobra and Crane Prime. So the shards aren't really helping here.
I feel like I have to reiterate what the purpose of this contest is. Again? Do not just take Warframe in your colors that you like and copy paste those colors onto your weapons. The idea is to make a coherent loadout with your Warframe and your weapon. Coherent does not mean same colors. It can be, but it's very lazy,
I think
and in
there's
this
no
case, it doesn't
cohesion with the Mulciber attachments too. Yeah.
Caliban is a very, by design, sentient-looking Warframe. You have Caliban in traditional color, in non-traditional colors that is very much not sentient, which is interesting. And then you have that design with a melee weapon that is not at all sentient and very heavy on metallics and regal, which is a prime weapon. So there's very little cohesion here except what I assume to be colors. And the fact that you have it all in the same loadout.
Yeah.
I'm not going to really judge the fashion here because I think regardless of what I say about the fashion, thematically, this fails to really work in this contest, where the weapon and the Warframe work together to create a look or match a theme or convey some sort of bigger picture. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't think the sigils really work here in the shard sigil. Like, you're adding too many colors, and when you apply them to your attachments like this, and your weapons, you try to apply the same colors, the colors just don't really match. The Mulciber leg plates are they're white out white, but then the white that's present on the frame itself is more, it's less bright. So I don't suggest you do that. I mean, this is a fashion channel, so I will comment on the front. And I don't think that the use of this Scars of Arbitration sigil, I don't think it's executed very well here. Like, I use this sigil to create a rust look around the opening of Caliban's open chest, but it doesn't really, like, there's no point to it here. And I think it just adds another layer of color where there shouldn't be. And you're trying. I like the way the helmet is. Like, the purple looks great on this helmet, but I just don't like the yellow and the light pink. The back with the shards. The colors are just very random here, and the sigil is, the alpha is also all the way up. It doesn't really work there. It's covering up the shards, if that is your intent, to show the shards. From the front, it's kind of covering it. So adjust the energy colors too. The Sakara, I don't really care for this. The Sakara sits on this shoulder piece very awkwardly. And I think this is a case where if you had adjusted the colors of the attachments, the Protovire piece could work for the shoulder, being his other shoulder that is missing from Caliban, but otherwise it's just not matching. It doesn't really integrate into the frame that well. And I would remove Mulciber because he already has a decent amount of detailing on his knees. You're kind of covering it. And you're making a lot of items on Caliban stick out, but in different directions. Yeah, the shard ephemera is not really needed here, but if your intent was to have them be part of the frame, I think your sigil and your energy is covering it up. So yeah, I would remove these Mulciber legs. It's going in this direction while everything else is going upwards. It doesn't really fit.
Caliban is impossible to fashion. I'd remove everything here, including the Protovire armor.
Yeah, and the weapon, theming here, I mean, the weapon gets lost in the frame.
Yeah. One more thing. Caliban is incredibly difficult to fashion because Caliban is so much of Caliban's design is written with like, or made with like sentient DNA down to the materials, the channels, the aesthetic, obviously, the helmet, everything, the silhouette even is weird and pointy and got weird legs and shit. Impossible to do anything that isn't sentient with him, that doesn't look off. To me, it just looks like you painted a sentient in weird colors.
Yeah.
Or at least non-traditional colors. Even if you like those colors, nothing against that, there is very little cohesion here. And at the end of the day, Caliban still looks sentient. So putting Caliban in not sentient colors with a bunch of attachments and weapons that aren't sentient just doesn't look consistent.
Yeah. The white is kind of overwhelming indeed, but it's also the fact that the attachments and the white that's on the weapon itself, it does not match. So you should really adjust the shades, but yeah, there's way too many colors here. There's red, purple, pink, yellow, and 2 different shades of white, and then you have a copper tone that's on the holster. I just don't think the colors work well together. You should, stick to one palette and, just try to make it fit with Caliban. And also the chest piece here, it doesn't really do anything. It's because of the sigil, it's like sitting very awkwardly on him. And it's a bit out of place. So, props to you for trying to make Caliban work in a fashion contest. I would keep the purple energy and just work off of that. I would just remove the yellow, remove the red, and the copper, like stick to one metallic for Caliban. I think would be best because of the way that his color channels are, you should probably stick to one metallic instead of trying to do 3 different tones. But yeah.
Cool.
The attempt is it's fine. It just needs a lot of adjustment, less clutter, and more of a focus on the weapon. It's just getting lost. The gold shade is good on the weapon, not so much with the yellow on the sigil. The alpha is too bright. But I appreciate your entry, Helix. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, please go to the front. Thanks for the water, Redeem. Next up, we have Arxairs. How does one enter? Unfortunately, our signups are a bit closed. We have probably a potential 52 entries to go through, so that's if
next.
that's if everyone has a second entry. But we do host these
Oh
monthly.
shit! Wait, this one's sick. All right,
Oh, this is
yo,
awesome.
Black
actually.
Energy Enjoyer. Nice. Wait, okay, this is fucking perfect.
Annie?
All right, you win.
What?
No. This one wins. Who are you? All right, 10.
All right,
This is fucking sick. Excuse my language.
all right. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, well, I mean, if you had the wrench hammer skin, I would have taken that over this, but like I'm getting real picky here.
Black colors.
Okay, so let me
where's
explain.
some-
Let me explain why this is good. Okay. Let me explain why this is good. You have a very consistent theme going on, and your weapons aren't just your weapons look like weapons that aren't copy pasted extensions of your frame, right?
Wow, this
Black
is nice
energy
in the back.
is very nice because we don't see black energy a lot. Energy and emissives in Warframe are such a big thing, and the longer Warframe has continued to exist, emissives have just appeared everywhere. You look at new modern frames, emissives are fucking everywhere. Energy is might as well be its own color channel. I mean, it is, but it might as well be its own like thing, in terms of like an actual color channel, because they take up so much of a frame's presence. Blacking out the energy here, it's unique. It's neat. Okay, it's not something people do often, and it really works here because you're selling, like a corpus theme. So it shouldn't have crazy lights all over the place. The very industrial worker look, with the orange, and then you have the one single shoulder. Although it's a little quirky, it does fit, a little off, but that's because of Warframe.
Yeah, it's a little
The
bit
she
off.
shoulder plate, I think looks fine here. Good accent piece. Really kind of balances the Warframe with how much crap is on the back, right? The weapons, okay? Weapons here really sell this piece. Because the Warframe itself, it's nice, but I don't think it really works that well on its own. It's the weapons on the back, holstered together, I think complete this entire look. And when you have a fashion, and the entire purpose of this contest is to put those two things together to complete a look. So when you have really strong weapon choices, and they're colored well, and they fit really well with the frame, like,
I appreciate how
then yeah, you
intentionally
win here.
colored they are.
Yeah, this looks
colored
fantastic.
Yeah, you have the text showing, the symbol showing on the guns, on the gun, that is, and the black isn't overused here. It's a very soft shade of black, so props for you
Yeah.
to not using pure black.
The red ring on the gun, like the gun or the weapon on the back, it looks mechanical, but it looks like it's not a part of Vauban. Like it's not like a piece of Vauban. It's equipment that Vauban is carrying. Same with the shoulder piece. Same with the Archititron. That's very nice. Yeah. So this one,
This is a really strong entry.
I think this is an Epic Games skin, which I missed out on. But this one wins for me so far. I like this. If I were to have any critiques, like, I mean,
the orange.
I assume
maybe?
is it a sigil? It's a sigil. There's any critiques I have, it's like matching textures, but again, that's just kind of how Warframe is, right? You're not going to be able to match all the textures together. The helmet and the skin are not going to match. That's fine. You got it as close as you possibly could, and even without matching textures, everything else about it is so consistent and solid that it makes up for the lack of that. And that's not it's out of your control anyways. So it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much else to say. I really like this entry. Good job.
The sigil's nice. Yeah. I think you said what I needed to say. The orange is a bit,
I initially
like
didn't really
that.
get corpus. I don't know if he's in chat. I don't know if he was the one who said corpus worker or that was someone else. I got more like
It's-
Fortuna vibes, but regardless, this is very, very good. I rate highly.
I like the brown. The brown color next to the gray and the orange. Those are like, so we have black, brown, orange, and gray. They're very good shades. Very good color scheme. Very good palette.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a
This
capture of
is
it.
something that like this is very much like in my taste of fashion. I love subtle colors like this, and I like lack of energy. It's just sort of my taste. I like to black out all my energy and just go with the colors of the frame. This is right up my alley. It's very nice. I enjoy this. Minimal attachments. You know when to use them, when you know when to not use them.
Very
A
good.
lot
I
of
like.
respect for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for not throwing random shit on him. And when you did, it works. So great. Great job.
Yeah. Very good job here.
Yeah.
If you wanna make any poses, feel free to.
Damn.
Very good.
That's like the first entry I've seen that I was like, yeah, this one's really fucking good.
I just think the the weapons are my favorite part about it too. So awesome.
I also
Okay.
like using kind of unorthodox helmets. I know that people think that helmet is ugly, but like I think it looks so good here.
I like the helmet.
It's so nice to see that like people use weird combinations and things that doesn't mean everyone should just throw ugly stuff on. Like there are objectively pretty shit, helmets and whatever, but
Okay. Anyway, time to spam randomize. Oh. He looks like he'd lift. Oh, hi, Black Sheep. Alright, I'm just gonna ban that guy. The guy is like just trying to rip
the
on Ludens.
Matt dog.
Yeah.
Bro, was he in another contest? I don't remember if
I have no clue.
I don't really care.
Yeah, sorry about that, Ludens.
Dude,
Anyway.
I don't care.
Anyway, thank you for your entry, Arceus. If you have a second one, you could go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. Thank you for a very good entry. I mean, that guy is colorblind. He's just like, oh, should we like black now? And I'm just like,
Yes, we like black when it isn't fucking 90% of the Warframe and pitch black.
like that
Duh.
guy's fucking colorblind. Like he just doesn't understand. He sent 3 messages and all of them are hating on Ludens.
Alright.
It's fine. It's tell Nightmare about it. It's whatever. Uikulu, you're up next.
Hey, yo, next, please.
I don't think Ukulu is here. So
I gotta get my factor meal, man.
So that's probably the second time that I'm just gonna assume that they don't have any laptop charge, so we'll just
Oh yeah, I think they sent something in Discord.
yeah.
We'll just look at that later then.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say. No. If you have something mean to say it. Yeah.
But just
No,
make
no,
sure
absolutely
it makes,
say it.
just make sure it makes sense.
If you're gonna talk shit, do it. I love that. No, talk your shit, king or queen. I don't know. Just talk your shit.
Next up is Black Saigetsu. I think Ludens only does good banter. I mean, he doesn't. He's looking out for you. You know, he's like your
That's not true. I'm not looking up. I don't care about any of you guys.
Ludens, shut the fuck up. You're ruining it. Okay. Anyway. Wow. Let's see.
What's the weapon? Like a.
Right here.
Latron. Wraith. Great.
So close. I think the shade of red that's applied on the weapon is just a bit off. The shade of red and black.
Holy shit. I've not been called a Porphy ripoff for so long. God damn. That brings me back.
Yeah, we're both Porphy ripoffs.
Yeah.
Actually, never mind.
No.
My style's too different. Ludens is
I'm a Zen ripoff. Except I am not actually. I'm responsible for that man's existence on YouTube. Not really, kinda. Partially.
I like the chest attachment here. I actually really like that. But it's too bright. It's slightly too bright. It doesn't match with the red that's on the frame, so I think the integration of the chest piece and the frame itself, it's not perfect, but it could be. It might just be the lighting, but props to you for making a red, gray, black without it looking too, I guess, generic. And I think it's because of your attachments here.
Let's see. I
like the shoulder attachment.
Latron Wraith is a weird weapon. I respect using it. It's very difficult. Mostly because the Latron, like, it is designed with like Tenno DNA in mind, but the Wraith version is very edgy, Grenier kind of stuff going on there. At least I assume that's Latron. Is that even a thing? Am I just talking out my ass? I don't know. Whatever the skin is. Yeah. I don't know. Just is whatever.
These are some really good textures, by the way.
I would have done like the Grenier skin, the Grax skin here, but I see why you,
don't like the
you
void
didn't
shell?
use it. No, just because it clashes with the shoulders. Shoulders and
Oh
legs.
yeah, I mean, the material isn't exactly perfect, but
Yeah.
I can appreciate the
Also,
way that it looks.
The reason why I would have done the Grenier skin and leaned more into Grenier, but also, using those colors is because this is very much like Excal trying to be, I don't know, like Excal Wraith, but I would have just rather seen a Grenier hold that's kind of Wraith themed rather than a mishmash of other attachments on an Excal.
I don't think it's a boring look. I think it's simple, but I
I
like
think
it.
I think it's too safe, and I think it's leaning too heavily on the lines and the graphic designs on the Wraith. I'd rather just I would have liked to see more. Ephemera doesn't do anything for me. Remove that. Okay, that's all I got.
I think that ephemera adds a bit of color to it, but it's kind of weird that without the ephemera, it would look a bit plain. But it is a bit of a different look for Excal. Man, the texture's not meshing is pretty huge here. and that's a bad thing about void shell skins. As you can see, the Sayandana here and the void shell, like, this texture isn't really present anywhere else on the frame. And is this supposed to be a weapon back here? This,
I assume it's not meant to be there. I'm just
I
gonna
assume
assume
it's
it
not meant
isn't.
to be there. Well, it kind of looks like it was colored with the intentions of going with this frame, though, because it has the same colors. But yeah, the weapon, I kind of like it, but it's too matchy. It's way too matchy, and I don't really like how the red applies to this weapon. It's kind of washed out, this red. So this is a case where I probably would have gotten more saturated with the red, and then with the black I would tune it down because it's too much. It's a weird contrast, the washed out red and the black, and it doesn't really match the rest of the frame. The elixir leg plates, I think this is a pretty okay addition to the frame, but it doesn't really match the shoulder piece. Like, I do like how these look separately. Like, if I look at this frame, shoulders alone, yeah, I'd like that. If I looked at the legs alone, I'd like that, but together, like, matching these two together, it doesn't really make sense. Just thematically. And yeah, the chest piece, it could have worked out. There's a bit of a lighting difference, but it doesn't really blend too well. This is a case where I just colored darker instead of leaving the red to it. But it's not a bad look. I don't really, I'm not really inclined to really look at the weapon though, or be like, oh yeah, this is a look where you could pay attention to both the weapon and the frame. This looks like the weapon is colored to the frame. And that's all. If you want to start posing right now, feel free to. I'll take some seconds of footage for the video. If not, you could just stand, let the animation set do the work.
Alright, how many more of these do we got? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have to do second entries. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna start blasting through second entries. No more critiques after the first round. I'm going straight through. Just
Alright, thank you for your entry, Ukulu. Next up is Zangetsu. Is we there? Thank you. Next up is Zangetsu or Black Saigetsu. Oh, see you later, Nobarisu. Alright, I'll make sure to exit out. Next up is Zangetsu. If not, then we'll just skip over him. Oh wait, oh yeah, that was you, okay. It's because Ukulu wasn't here.
oh yeah, alright, yeah, got it. Oops.
Okay. Next up is the Coolhide, aka Yuno.
Oh, we're almost done. Let's go.
Wait, where's Yuno? Yuno was just in chat.
Alright, well, it is what it is. Go next. Who else we got?
Oh wait, they're here.
Ah, god damn it. I mean, nice. I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, we're just joking with you, Yuno.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing around.
Oh, they're using the Steam Sayandana that I told everyone to inflate the price of. The red that's on this weapon is a bit too saturated. It would have looked really nice if it was a deep red. A deep red. Because it comes off as a bit of a highlighter red. Yeah.
So, I think this is like. I mean, I kind of like the idea of Revenant here, although this is just Revenant, just
Flame
Revenant on
Revenant.
fire, Flame Revenant. But also, I feel like the weapon is a afterthought in terms of how it's supposed to match with the Smurf looking. His helmet's so goofy. Okay, anyways, yeah, just weapon seems like an afterthought to me outside of its placement with this animation, which is kind of clever. The Sugatras, yes, they're fire Sugatras, but also they're just kind of dangling randomly on the side of the weapon because that's how they are on polearms. Just don't really see the connection or correlation between the melee weapon here and Revenant is all. Also, leg attachments can go. Those really don't work. I get that they're trying to add more flame elements, but
The shape of them.
the shape of them
It's too
and
thick.
how clean they are, they really don't work.
Yeah, his legs are skinny and the leg attachment is too thick.
I don't really care about the orbiting ephemera, the little balls.
Orbit.
Yeah.
Trio.
I don't really care about the balls spinning around you. Yeah, that's all I got.
Hmm. Yeah.
This is either I'm missing it, or I just don't see it, but I just don't really get what's going on with the weapon here.
It's because you used a broken scepter and has orbiting balls too.
Right, but
they
like
don't
if I
show.
can't. Okay, that's neat that you thought of that, but again, what about the broken scepter really works with fiery Revenant here? And if I can't get that at a first glance, or
Yeah,
if you have to tell me that, then there's then you're just not if you're not conveying that through what you have, it's just not it's not a strong entry, or at least it could be stronger.
the weapon is too mechanical, and it's too mechanical for the look itself. Like, you have a molten look, very and molten materials are, they're rocky. Like, I could understand this look, but I just don't think the weapon goes with it. It's too mechanical, while the base look itself is it's very much like a mineral, lava rock, etc. But yeah, and the sigil is a bit too bright. I would make it a different shade, probably not this yellow. You never looked into framing that way? Yeah, it's like volcano rock, right? Maybe that wasn't your intention, but when you look at volcano rock,
Cool.
yeah, the textures
I
are
don't really have
fine.
anything to say about this.
Yeah, there's not much to say, but also get rid of this red veil piece, or at least color the primary differently, because it appears a bit greenish here. I get like you're trying to add like 1 point to that arm that is raised. I think that's a cool effect, but yeah, it just stands out a bit too much. It sits on the shoulder very awkwardly. Let me finish scoring this. Okay. Thank you for the entry. If you want to pose now, feel free to. Hello, Adrian. Really appreciate it. And I like the flame look. It just, yeah. For the weapon focus, it just doesn't really hit. Is it too late to enter? Yeah, you could enter the next contest, which is in August.
We should just do a capture a contest, or like just Arsenal screenshots in slideshow next time. You know?
Okay. Next up is Son of Numenor. Thank you for your entry, you know? How to enter though, you just be following and you show up on time.
Okay, what do we have here?
Varuna. Okay,
Oh,
walk up front.
Varuna.
Just walk a bit more forward.
Okay. Yeah, that's a Varuna.
So props for not using the wolf shoulders. I actually don't really prefer them on Varuna anymore because it just makes it too convoluted. I do appreciate the pop of color from the light purple, and as I do like this blue color that you have on her body. I think it looks really elegant next to this. I think you're using one of the Kuzle Lich Hunter palettes, but it looks really great here next to the purple. I just wish that the purple was a bit more darker, like blue tone, but it's good. It's a good amount of contrast. So, you could leave it if you wanted to. Just personally, a bit darker. The weapon here looks... I personally like it. What do you think, Ludens? I like this. I like how the silver looks a bit blue tone.
I mean, yeah, it's a weapon. But that's all I really have to say about it. I just with the weapons here, I mean the fashion's very cohesive. I don't personally would like more color in there outside of the energy, but that's just my taste, right? The attachments are fine. They have purpose.
Yeah,
The bow is neat.
I could see the hunter
Details
look.
with that, that's fine. For me, the weapons are just in the same color as the frame, and I don't think that's as interesting as other entries. I think there are ways to make weapons
I think the
fit
health
with
should have
your
been
loadout.
brighter.
I should say loadout. Fit with your loadout while also being different colors, or at least not the same colors. The weapons could be their own thing. I feel like instead of just same colors. So I don't know. Playing it a bit safe on the weapons here. Not necessarily the choice of weapons, but just the color of them.
The choice of weapon and the bow, I think it looks really nice in the back, and you could clearly see them, so points for that. But this gray color that's at the handle, it could be brighter, and look like less like it's part of the frame, like coming out of the back.
Yeah, there's a fine line between like weapons matching the frame because, you know, they are meant to. What weapons like color-wise matching the frame to. In an effort to match the weapons with the frame, and also just weapons being in their own colors and also matching the frame, if that makes sense. I feel like this leans toward the former, where even though the weapons, for your own personal reasons, they're not meant to stand out because they don't stand out for XYZ reasons. They tend to blend in. They don't really look like their own thing. They look very much like an extension of Varuna, rather than equipment that is supposed to complement everything.
Yeah.
Like if you were to remove these weapons, I would be like, very cool fashion. Adding these weapons to me is just like a very cool fashion, plus
The
weapons
weapon.
that instead of it's the completed look, or like these weapons add anything additional to the look outside of them existing.
I really appreciate the silver that's used on the shoulders. It's really easy on the eyes instead of using something that looks new. It looks kind of aged. So the metallics are nice. I think the chest piece is also giving some detail to what otherwise would be very plain, but also doesn't cover up or detail. I think that's like a operator school chest piece. I think it looks really nice there. I think the bottom pointing arrows really nice touch because, you know, she has the theme back here, and then these daggers on her shoulders that are facing downwards. Like, I think that has a very nice look to it. And the color palette is pretty nice. I like the energy coming out of her neck, like the purple, but for the curry tails, I do think it's a bit bright. It just stands out a lot. It's much brighter than what's going on in her base frame, but it's not too bad. Overall, good amount of contrast. Yeah, I'd make the purple more indigo-ish too. That's what I was looking for. Cause as it is right now, it's a very bright lilac, and next to like this very subdued shade of sage of blue. I mean, it works for her legs over here, but just as the tails in the back, because the curry tails has this little white energy that you can't really get rid of, I would have made this darker. Yeah, I would have made this darker, the curry tails. Other than that, I really like how you use this helmet. This helmet is really nice looking, but
Good job.
Yeah, just good job on the colors, basically. Slight adjustments for the curry tails and the weapons that are sitting on her back. That's about it. And the leg piece, it actually doesn't look bad here. It actually fits with the shape of her, how her legs usually are, while adding purple to the bottom. Good entry. So if you want to do any animations or anything special, feel free to do them now. Otherwise, I'll just film it as is. A few seconds of this. And in the meantime, I'm gonna ask Perfection to get ready. Get ready to meet up front. Thank you for your entry. Next up is Perfection. And that would conclude the first round of entries. The second one would fall after.
Oh. We're like halfway, a little over halfway done.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yo, hello?
Is Perfection here? You know, you need some coffee or like some food. We could wait
Me?
for him a
No,
little.
I'm chill.
Oh, there this person is.
I just got my factor meals in, so I'm just, you know.
All right, we have a frost with
Oh,
white
it's a
energy
frost.
with white on this helmet.
Is that? Yeah. All right. Yeah.
You kind of look
You
like
know
a
what?
tomato.
You know what? This is really good. Unironically, like, no meme, this works. I hate everything about it. No offense. You did great though. I just hate it. But like, in terms of, you know, theming and also
You look very
the
Christmas.
theme of this
yeah.
contest. Yeah. Yeah, the weapon. Yeah, fuck. Alright, I'll
You're
just
very festive. Very, very festive, and it looks cool. But the red on the frame itself is a bit too bright. I would have toned down the red. Yeah, I mean, you could keep these colors. Like this gold color is really elegant. Yeah, it's too bright.
I like the idea of this fashion. I don't like the fashion itself, but I will say the execution of the weapon here is really cool.
Yeah,
the
the
weapon
flower.
skin, the weapon itself is not like it is a weapon.
It is a
and
weapon.
It complements your loadout. That being said, I don't really I'm trying not to just be like, festive theme, thumbs down, because like that's not the point of this.
I just think the
There are
red is too much.
Yeah, there's some things I would change here. Legs, get rid of. Shoulder, get rid of. And then yeah, that's really it. I kind of get the idea that you're going for with the snow globe helmet being white. Makes sense. Fits the theme. Obviously, there's some like texture issues. Not gonna harp on you too much because I think overall the theming is so strong that like I'll overlook it. Yeah, I mean colors could be tweaked a bit, but
Yeah, the red.
it's there. It's there. I mean, I don't like it. I would never want to see that in game or play with that, like personally play with that kind of frost. But hey, like you kind of nailed it, which is weird to say because it's such a meme loadout. Um,
I think
I
this
don't
would
know what
make...
else to say.
No,
I just
I
really
think
like I like the weapon in conjunction with everything else. I just think the shoulder attachment and
No, I just think it's
legs are kinda
saturated.
shit.
There's a lot of subdued colors, like the gold and the silver. It looks good
Yeah,
next
it's
to each other,
supposed to-
but the red... Sorry.
I mean, I personally don't really care too much about the red. It's
The red,
I
you
get
know.
what you mean. The red on the
The skirt
lower,
is...
lower half is very very bright. But also it could just be dojo lighting, right? So I'm not gonna be too hard on that.
Yeah, I'd make the red darker, but I mean, aside from the
No.
dojo lighting, I could tell that the red is too
I'm gonna rate
much.
this highly. Good meme. What the fuck? They're on PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
Alright, good job. Fuck.
Yeah, that's a pretty high rating from Ludens. What the fuck? Okay.
Well, like, it's... Okay, of all the fashion, like, the weapon here works.
Yeah, it does.
It's not just copy-paste colors. It doesn't blend into the frame. It clearly complements what it's supposed to be. And it's its own thing. Like, that's cool. I don't personally like the festive look, but like I gotta give them props for being able to pull it off.
Yeah.
So,
I just make the red darker.
yeah.
It would be a lot nicer, but thank you, Perfection, for your entry. Very thematic.
Yeah, everyone spam drops in chat. Don't actually do that. Cool.
All
I
right.
can't believe
Uh,
you also gave it. Okay.
okay, Perfection. Thank you for your
Nice.
entry. You can go to the back if you have a second. If not, then go to the front. Thank you so
I'm gonna
much.
get water. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Hey, Hydro. What's up? What's good? What is good? Is it you next? Yeah. You could actually walk to the front right now, Angela. And then it should be ready by the time Ludens gets back. Hello, Corvo. How are you doing? What ephemera was that? It was the ephemera from the Sarin skin. I don't know what the name is. It's from the new Yuhang skin, or I think that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, I'm back. What the fuck? Who's this?
Arya Angela.
Oh, okay. Well, weapon my
Yes.
ah. Well, this is a very different from what they originally went with.
I quite like this weapon coloring.
Alright, listen, just because I like the other Epic Game skin does not mean you can just equip Epic Game skin and win. A couple things, yeah. So, very aggressive Volt, black, white, red, and basically just black and red. But,
Oh, it
you
has
know,
gunmetal.
I mean, okay, so black and red.
Like a brushed metal look.
Yeah, but it's like black and red with a couple extra steps, right? That's not a bad thing.
Oh, but I think it adds to it. This grayish
Sure,
chrome
sure.
color.
Prime details here. You don't need them. The skin's very plasticky. The techno whatever it's called. Um, just do plasticky looks. I feel like the skin takes saturated colors better, just because it's very shiny, plasticky, large channels. Dull colors kind of look washed and uninteresting on the skin like this, especially when you're contrasting them with like black and white, especially when the white isn't very bright. I usually don't like crazy bright stuff on frames, but for once I feel like the skin kind of warrants that look.
Yeah. Gyarados is nice here in the legs.
Yeah, I'm okay with the attachments. I
Yeah,
would
the
have went
attachments are
without
nice.
them personally because I think they're just kind of whatever, but they fit in fine. Arrestor helmet, sure. I mean, everyone's gonna use it. Weapons being like the weapons are cool. That's all I gotta say. But like I like the weapons because the weapons look cool, not because I think they necessarily fit with the frame or whatever you're trying to convey with the frame. Um, Much stronger entry than your first one. Uh hmm. I don't actually. Your first one was the Zephyr. Ooh. You know, yeah,
I'm gonna rate the Sentry pretty high. It's pretty inoffensive, and I
that
think the metallics
I
look pretty nice.
I wish the
Just
frame
personally.
itself. I wish the frame was half of what you're trying to convey here. Like I wish the frame was trying to tell me something, plus the attachments. Ah, that makes sense. Right now, I just see pretty cool vault, inoffensive vault, nice, plus really cool weapons together. Even though they're not the same color, yeah, they share very like similar-ish aggressive lines and whatnot. But besides those two things, I don't really see any connection between them that could be deeper outside of hey, these are two really cool looking things. So I'm a little. I honestly think your first entry, and I'll probably go back and adjust your first entry and rate it a little higher for at least trying to match the frame um, with the weapons. But this one, to me, thematically, I don't really get much of a connection between the frame and the weapons. Um, but I do appreciate that you tried that you didn't just copy paste the colors or you didn't just base the frame off of an existing weapon. So
Personally, I think this would look really nice in a capture. I think you have posted a capture of it, but or something similar at least. I don't have any problems with this entry. Well, not as much as Ludens, but I could see him holding this weapon. I just don't think it's perfectly integrated. Like, I just
but
think
that's
it
the
looks
thing,
like a
right?
standard weapon.
If you were to just pick like a corpus weapon, like an Arca Plasmor, color it in the same colors and throw it on Volt, like
It would be the
I would
same.
probably just be like, you know, I would have the same feeling. It'd be very I'm indifferent about these weapons, and that's kind of a failure of the
Yeah.
look, right? If I'm indifferent about the weapons and they can be swapped out with any, cool looking, aggressive, techie looking weapons, and it's
Yeah, you
kind
bring
of a
up
problem.
an okay point. But the fashion itself it's
The
pretty
fashion is
nice.
good. Like I'll
Yeah,
give them that,
the fashion is
but
great here.
you know.
Alright. Arya, thank you for your entry. I really like the look and I love this Volt skin. Personally, I think should use more of it because I really like it. But yeah, thank you. If you have any emotes that you want to do for the edited video, feel free to play them out right now. If not, then you could go to the front. Yeah, it looks better when you're in motion, the weapon. That's what I noted about it. Next up is JM City. If you're here. We have a deluxe atlas.
Did you just get the?
Hmm?
Okay, I'm assuming the shotgun is not supposed to be there, and it's just the fist weapons. Burn it. Okay. People hate on deluxe atlas.
I really
It's
like
a
it.
fine skin. People just suck at coloring it. It doesn't look very Warframe, but it's like objectively a pretty good skin.
I love that
Minus the
skin
color
so
channels.
much.
It's got like, I mean, it's just shit to work with, right? But that's because you can't put any attachments on it. Like less so than most deluxe skins. It's got terrible color channels though.
Yeah,
Textures
I
on
don't
it?
like the
My
color
God.
channels.
The quality of the textures on it, and the geometry in general, so good.
I
but
don't
you are
really like the
limited to just
orange here. The
yeah,
orange,
orange.
I mean, it looks good on top of the gray, but then the dangly bits, it's too bright, and the arms.
So is the weapon here just supposed to be the skin that it came with? If so, like, yeah, you technically did the assignment, but like 0 points for creativity, and as much as it is integrated well, I'm like kind of disappointed you didn't try anything else. This is a very difficult skin to work with, so I'm not. I mean, you know, I get it, but at the same time, you chose the skin, so um, shit, man, I don't know. Um, yeah, fashion is fine. One of the better deluxe
Fashions that we've had, yes.
skins, or at least a better atlas because it
Literally has everything from the deluxe set. Yeah, that might be a problem.
that is a problem. I really wish I saw you experiment more with color here, at least on the Cyandana. I feel like that the flowy bits on the Cyandana could be a different color. You can introduce some contrast there, maybe some red or something, you know?
Yeah, I think red would look really nice here.
In terms of weapons, yeah, Atlas Deluxe is impossible to work with, so you are probably going to get stuck with using the fisty weapons if you want to have something very cohesive with him, but that's also your fault for choosing it, and I'm going to knock you down points for being lazy, or at least not very creative with your weapon choice. Sorry. Yeah, that's
I think
all I
if
have
you're
to
gonna
really
use
say.
his, I think if you're gonna use his weapon for that came with the set, you could try working off a Cyan and like integrating it into your theme to make it stand out more. That would be a really good idea. See you later, Angela. Thank you for entering. I do think the strands here could be a bit brighter. This metallic part on his head could be a brighter silver, just to contrast from his rocky body, because it's too similar in colors, and the colors are, you know, taking up a lot, but it would add to his shiny look if you used an actual shade here that's bright.
Yeah, there's
I think you could work with this fashion.
Fashion wise, I think this looks good, right?
Yeah, it looks
but
good.
if in terms of the like framing this in the context of the contest, it's too safe, like to the point where you basically just like it is like you just bought the deluxe, you bought the deluxe bundle, colored it, put it in some pretty good colors, and then called it a day. Like technically, yes, the weapons are integrated well into Atlas to the point where I was confused because I didn't expect you to just use his weapon skins as the weapon here. But at the same time, if you were to remove the gauntlets, I wouldn't lose anything, right? They're so like yes, they're a part of Atlas, but if I were to take them away, the look doesn't become less incomplete. And if I were to add them, it's not like the look got more complete, right?
Yeah.
So again, with this whole like weapon thing,
I would
weapon and
introduce
frame
another
need to
color
be
here.
they need to work together to fill out a look. If the frame is doing all the heavy lifting, or if yeah, it's a theme. It is a theme, and I'm saying it's lazy because if you were to remove the gauntlets, nothing changes. Nothing about the look becomes less complete, right? But if I were to add the gauntlets to just the base atlas, nothing about it necessarily elevates it more, right? The point is to create fashion, or at least a loadout, where both those things, weapons and Warframe, come together and become a thing. This is just a Warframe with its deluxe themed like attachments, or at least weapon skins. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and lazy is probably not the right word, but it's just uninspired maybe. That's it.
It's safe.
Safe.
Yeah,
Like
better
too
wording.
safe to the point where it
Using
doesn't
set
really
pieces.
do much for me. Fashion's great though. Like the
Yeah,
colors.
the
Alice
colors
Deluxe
and
is
the
a
fashion.
very Alice Deluxe is a very hard Warframe to color. So good job on the colors.
All right, I'm gonna start filming now.
How many more do we have?
You hate the feet on these skin? Looks fine. It's a skin's very unique concept for a deluxe skin, and I appreciate it a lot. Alright, next up we have X Shame, if you're here. It's like transmog competitions on MMO. You can't use a full set. Yeah. Using a full set is, we have Vobin.
Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is so much stronger than your Sarin. It's great. This looks great. Yeah. Okay, what is that? Tonkor? That's a Tonkor, right? Yeah, Tonkor. Okay. So just fashion by itself, ignoring the weapons, right? Pretty good Grax fashion. I mean, Grax skins are. It's hard to make them look too unique because the color channels are very blocky. They're very large. You're kind of set into that Grineer aesthetic, unless you are super creative with like attachments and weapons. It's fine to lean into the Grineer aesthetic here. It's nothing against that. Colors are fine.
Yeah, the colors are nice.
Not really gonna nitpick on the colors. There are some things I would personally change, but that's a personal taste thing.
I like what's on his
Doesn't really
legs and how it goes with what's on his back, the sign Donna. Like right over here.
Yeah.
I think that looks pretty cool.
Cyanana is neat. It's cool. Yeah. Atamos, I wish wasn't doo-doo brown. It just kind of looks like a chocolate ball with like random things on it,
I think I would adjust the shade of brown here. Maybe.
Yeah, I imagine it probably looks better when it's equipped. When
Yeah.
it's actually on your Warframe and you're using it. Having that on your the Warframe's arm probably looks fine.
I think a
but
reddish
having
brown
it
would
on
look
the
really
side
nice here.
as like this weird bulb that's in the same color as the thigh just looks a little off.
Where did you get this brown color from? Is it from the Cherub palette?
I'd say just Grineer, but
Yeah. Oh, Grineer. Yeah, I'd probably mix it up a little bit and use a different shade of brown. Just personally, just next to this aged white that you have on. You can't remember the palette. Oh, it's fine. I do like the yellow emissives though. I like that it's not bright yellow and it's more of a like matches with the back. Looks like a Valentine brown. Yeah, that's what I mean by the cherub palette or Valentine. I don't know why I keep calling it cherub.
Another thing about this is that because you lean so heavily into the Grineer theme with the skin,
and you like full commit with the colors. If I were to remove these attachments, or like not attachments, I should say weapons. If I were to remove these weapons, it does become less complete in the sense that it is not a Grineer with its or like it's not a Grineer fashion with its
I got it
Grineer
right.
weapons.
Okay.
But the weapons here don't really add too much to the look. They do more than your first submission.
Yeah.
They're at least more coherent there. They work there. But I just
I think the
I don't
fashion
know.
is good, but
I wish the
think
Atamos was not colored the same. And I wish the Tonkor was maybe just a default Tonkor.
Yeah.
And I wish everything looked like equipment rather than something that could just looks like some blocks on.
I think the Tonkor is fine, but I don't really like the Tomus.
Yeah.
The Tomus
I'm indifferent about the hammer. I would have maybe painted the hammer, maybe something like quirky
brown.
yellow, or try to make the head of the hammer yellow or something. But that's just because I do some cringe weird colors and try to make it stand out and look quirky. But it's very safe. But at least like it's cohesive. So I'll give you that.
I like the fashion. Yeah. I would change the shade of brown.
Okay, I'm done.
Much better than your first entry. Thank you, X-Shame, for your entry. Looks very good here. Yeah, it's solid for sure. Feel free to pose while we get ready for this, the entrant who is after you, which is, let's see, Fort Soul, Ultima, in the chat. I don't know if they're still here. Alright. I'm done filming. Yeah, I really like this entry. Thank you. Next up is Ultima. And then after that, it's gonna be Ray. Have a cooler bow. Wow. Okay, I really like how you colored the weapon dark brown. I think that's really nice. Pretty cutting edge. Your melee is stuck on his side like your knives. Oh, we have this too. I think this is a really nice cooler bow fashion. There's not much you could really do with him because of the way that I think his color channels are pretty awkward, but I think there's a good amount of contrast with the flame emissives. And the leg piece over here looks good. Although you don't really need it, because it's kind of circular and that doesn't really appear anywhere else on the frame. What are these? Is this Atavis?
Something like that. This is, I mean, Caldera was very difficult, right? So you're gonna have a difficult time coloring him because of how his like the gradients that he has in terms of color channels. I think this is very messy, very like maximalistic. It's like going for
I think
that.
it's because Culero is maximalistic.
Yeah, especially if you have the knives on, which I would have just not had, but I know that's part of your theme, so we'll deal with that. Yeah, so like the weapons are inoffensive, they work. Yes, blade weapons, blade warframe, pointy bits, works out well. my critique of this, not fashion, but my critique of the execution of this is that, um, again, how much of this entire look, right, is being held up or supported by the weapons, right? If I were to just remove the weapons, would this look change drastically? I don't know. So even if like you're pretty clever with the weapons here, your choices, Tiburon, Tiburon, whatever you call it, sharp, it's fine, everything works. It's just I don't know how much the weapons are actually doing versus the frame here, and I think I'm leaning toward the frame doing more of the work than the weapons.
Yeah, the frame is
when
doing
it comes
more work.
together, it seems like the frame is much more center focused than
Yeah, and the weapons are a bit of an afterthought.
Even if the afterthought is well thought out.
Yeah, it's well thought out.
That they, yeah, so
I just think
it.
it's the frame. But
Very
yeah.
good fashion though for Kuvero. I mean, it's tough. So props to you for doing that.
This is like, I like how the two weapons are colored differently for sure, and it's really pleasing on the eye. It's using the same gunmetal color that's on his chest.
I know we're slow, guys. Let's speed up. I'll give this one like a bad point. We'll just move on.
This is great though.
Very good entry, stronger than your first one.
Much stronger.
Do some emotes.
Yeah, do some emotes.
We still have so many to go. All right, I'm gonna start like not giving that much critique anymore. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's fine. This is the second part of the contest, so.
Okay, because I want to start blasting through these.
Yeah.
I know people are like tired and they want to go home.
Okay, thank you for your entry, Ultima. Next up is Ray. Name purple. At least we stopped taking entries this time.
Yeah.
Alright. This is Ray. These are some really nice metallics, by the way, with the green. I love these colors. Just personally. Imugi, I don't really like how, the Imugi colors in this case, though. It's just like a block of color when it's already complete without it, pretty much. It's either that or I would make this light blue color a bit darker and add some variants, and I probably would not use the same... I wouldn't really use the same chest piece, and if I would, then I'd probably yeah, I'd probably try to not use every single color that's on the frame on the attachments, or remove some. Sayandana is okay. I don't really like how it sits. Yeah.
All right. Here's my rapid fire critique. Prime details on the skin, in my opinion, don't work. Prime details are very messy, especially with Zephyr's prime details. They're all over the place. Super, super busy. Same level of busyness isn't on the skin. I mean, the skin is very busy. It's got like a ton of detail, and the color channels are very wide and whatnot. Plenty of lines. But you have two different levels and intensity of busyness thrown and mashed together, and it just becomes this kind of mess to the eyes, especially when you throw in an attachment like a Targus Prime on the chest.
Yeah,
it flares out. You have fucking glowing white energy, right? More lines to look at that aren't really cohesive with anything else, plus the shoulders, plus the legs. It gets to be a lot, and a lot in a not very good way. So again, tone it down with the attachments here. Zephyr's silhouette is very strong. You honestly don't need much to really add anything to that. I don't really think attachments work well with her silhouette in general, or at least her base silhouette. If you are going to put attachments on, very, very small ones, very thin ones, but besides that, she's fine on her own. You really don't need much more. Okay, weapons. Kunais are cool, but again, going back to the idea of this contest, if I were to remove the kunais, which are like they look like pouches here, does anything change? Not necessarily. If I put the kunais on the look as a thing, does it add much to it? Not either, right? Like I could go without, or I'm pretty indifferent about it. And the worst, you don't. Ideally, I shouldn't be, or you shouldn't be indifferent about it. Like,
I think it's just a combination. I think the pouches look really nice if used on a, like, let's say a Zephyr with more warp tone colors instead of cool tone.
even
And
then, it's less about the colors and more of like, does the pouch of the kunais
yeah, doesn't work.
add to the loadout? Like, does it make the look? Is it?
I think it
is
could
this
go
90?
with the
Is this
look.
like 95% the Warframe and 5% the weapons? Because
Yeah.
it's 5% the weapons, I can go without the
What Lich
kunais.
said, I would change the colors to match more of a Western theme to go with the pouch. But
There
like
you
I
go.
said,
Or I would just chose Mesa. Mesa with these pouches, that would work. Mesa pouches. I don't know. You do a gun blade.
I
Okay,
think
you
Zephyr
got
would
something.
look more
You know,
unique than a Mesa with
Zephyr
those
would look.
pouches.
Oh, of course, it would look more unique. But in
But
terms
yeah,
of
I wouldn't use this particular Zephyr with these pouches, and that's the thing.
Right.
The frame itself looks fine. The attachments, I probably would have gotten rid of some of the colors that are on the attachments if you're gonna be using them, or just get rid of them completely. But the base colors are really nice, and the Mugi, the Mugi sits kind of awkwardly when it comes to this animation set. I don't know. I just think the weapon looks good on its own, the frame looks good on its own, but not so much together. That's my input.
Yep. Very cool. Thank you for your entry. Nice.
All right. I'll film the back. Harpy theme. Thank you, Ray. Very nice entry. I think I've complimented this base fashion before. I think it's just a matter of like the way that it works with the weapon that you chose. Maybe something else would have worked fine with these pouches. But I do like the base fashion. Thank you so much for entering. Next up we have Zaro or Helios.
They here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. This is an improvement.
There we go. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. It's so much better. It's so much better than the
first entry.
fucking Minecraft green I just said you had. Jesus. Okay.
I like the way that you tone the green. So now let's look at this. I like the colors. And yeah, it's a lot better than your first entry. There's not much to say about it. Do you have any problems with these colors, Ludens?
Let me take a look. Not much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
They're good shades, and it doesn't
very
look like
good.
Christmas, even though you used
Yeah.
red and green. So props to
This
you for that.
one, very good. Yeah, great. This is
We asked you to adjust the first entry, and you did it.
Yeah.
Well done.
A couple things, right? This is inherently like kind of, I wouldn't say an issue, but sort of a downside of playing with infested stuff is the infested design language in Warframe is very consistent. Infested weapons in general look infested. There's not much like variance between that. A lot of corpus weapons, Archiplasmor versus the Exorgist, right? Like those two weapons look vastly different, but they're still corpus coded. Infested weapons, on the other hand, not so much. It's either infested blob or mutalist, like infested blob on an existing weapon, right? So this is very strong, much stronger than your first one, and it does match the Cernos. Even though it matches the Cernos, though, this could easily match a lot of other infested weapons, but that's just because infested weapons are like that. So, although the weapons do add to this and do complete the look, they don't seem as like the specific weapon that you chose doesn't seem as essential as maybe another weapon that you could have chosen just because infested, right? So
I think they just wanted to play around with the trick of the arrows and
the
the
shoulder
legs.
and the
Yeah,
arrows. That is very neat.
I think that's
Good work
neat,
on this.
So I don't know. I would just keep the weapons.
Yeah, obviously keep the weapons. Much stronger than your first entry. So
Yeah, I like how you
many
chose
thumbs
to
up.
focus on the right side and then remove the attachments on the left. That's a good choice. Props to you for that. Very good colors. Very cohesive entry. Good job.
Yeah. Thank you for not for toning down the Nickelodeon slime-nitis.
Yeah,
this is much nicer.
This is
Good
much
job.
better than expected, too.
Yeah, I will give this a high rating of that.
All right. So, Zaro, if you want to pose it a little bit, feel free to. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Fox in the Woods to get ready to be up front. Very good entry. Thank you. What frame is this? This is a Nidus. Next up, we have Fox in the Woods. Just walk up front. Thank you. Trinity.
Yeah, it's a Trinity. Trinity with sword.
I think it goes with the Tenogen somatic, though. This is a very specific helmet.
All right.
Oh, I quite like this. It's very a knight-looking Trinity.
Yeah.
But it's done in a really good way, and she doesn't really look like her old lobster self anymore. Like, it makes her skirt make sense.
Right. Yeah.
This is very clean.
This is a very clean Trinity, a little too clean for my taste, but besides that, I know what you're going for here. Knight, very clear. Got that the first second I looked at this. Yeah, I think this is another case of the themes of your fashion being carrying the loadout more than the weapon really complements it. Yeah, obviously a knight should have a sword, but it's a sword is a sword. In a knight case, it's kind of given, and if you were to remove the sword, I would be like, that's a knight. Probably think a little bit. I wouldn't immediately catch that, but I'd probably be like, yeah, that's a knight, all right.
I think what would really help this entry is like using a more dynamic and unique weapon for a knight.
Yeah.
There's so many weapons in the game, like, although the colors that are on the sword are really nice looking, like I like that little pastel rainbow bit. You could certainly do more to spice this up a little bit. But the colors are good. The silver is a great tone. It doesn't have too much contrast, just the right amount. The black isn't too dark. Looks like, I don't know what type of black this is, but it's not too harsh on the eyes. Like, as long as you didn't use pure black, I mean, it looks great. Golden sword with golden aura, you would change. Yeah, there's a few things you could do to this. It's just, it's not a bad look. I really like this. I just think it needs more.
What I would have done is I would have put with such a simple frame. This is not an insult, but like with such a simple fashion that easily conveys, hey, knight. I would have done a lot more with the weapon. Draw some attention to it if you wanted to, right? Like you could make the weapon golden. I think that would have been great. Yeah, just do something with the weapon. In this case, that really makes it a standout piece, sort of like an actual attachment or like a Syandana. It doesn't have to be too, you know,
I think
safe.
even the animation set you could switch up and make it more
It
dynamic
just
looking.
this just seems very safe, and although it's very good and it fits, I
It's
just
very
wish it
good.
was a little bit more, and
Yeah.
I wish you were a little bit bolder on the sword here, because the knight is fine, and the sword helps convey that. I just wish the sword itself had a little bit more substance.
Yeah,
That's
even
all.
the animation
So-
set and the sword together, you could sort of adjust that and it'd make for a really dynamic entry. But good job.
Good job.
I like the shade of purple that you used next to the silver, the shades of gray and the silver. You don't have much to work on besides maybe the sword, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you. Actually, makes her not look like lobster. Looks
Yeah.
great.
All right, next. Let's go.
Next up, we have Creo. Thank you for your entry, Fox.
Oh,
we have
how many
Creo?
more? Creo.
Is Creo here?
They have 5 seconds.
Alright, I'm not
All
hearing
right, I gave
anyone
him
in
10, so we can go. Next.
the fucking Ludens. Okay, we have Creo X Creo X. If they're here. 1 second. Ludens
I do not
needs
need a nap. I'm fine. I'm just trying to get through these, man. I just want to see more.
Okay, next up we have Liger. I guess Creo isn't here, which is fine. Next up is Liger. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. I think
Yeah.
adding in more colors really helped your case, and
I agree.
yeah, the dark blue edition was really nice. I'm glad I'm glad I could suggest that. Yeah, the colors are really nice. It looks very pleasing.
Yeah, so I like the blue here. I like the metallic here. I like the cloth on the shoulder attachments. Before it being black, I felt like because the texture differences, I just felt like it was clashing too much. But now that it's a different color and it's cloth, it feels more justified. It just fits in better. Very nice. I did the blue, teal, green, metallic
I
other
like that
channel.
shade.
I think it's a little strong, but that's a personal preference thing, so that's whatever. Yeah, so very pointy again. The Cronin.
And the
I do
Ion.
think in the Ion, I Cronin are in better colors, but again, if I were to remove the Cronin, I don't really think this loses much. And adding the Cronin, it does add a little bit more because it's like, hey, everything's more pointy, but also not enough to the point where it makes or breaks this entire look. Still, very good.
Yeah,
yeah.
I would like for it to be metallic instead of a matte. It would really add to this look, honestly. And then you can make it like gold or something if there's a metallic channel for it. That is on the blade itself. Good entry. It's better than your first. I really like what you've done with the colors.
Good job.
There's a lot of there's some good transition colors, and in order to make the greenish blue make sense in the frame, you added dark blue, which is what I suggested, and I don't know, this looks great. Let's see. If you want to do some posing, oh, you put that in the wrong entry. That's for Liger, not Creo.
Oh, oops.
All right, good job, Liger. I think your signature color scheme is working really well with the dark blue here. And if you want to do some emotes, go ahead right now. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Brandom Cito to get ready to go up to the front. All right. Thank you, Liger. Next up is Brandom Cedo.
Okay.
I really love how you've used this chess piece, by the way. It looks great. The colors are amazing here. I love the yellow for the energy. The weapon itself, I probably would have colored this gray part a little bit darker so it looks like a bit of... I would use that color where the cream color is, like for the primary. I think that's what it is. I would color the cream part, what you use for the primary, and then I would make the primary the dark color that you have for your shoulders over here. And that's about it for the weapon. I think it's a good choice. I don't really have much to say about the colors and the tones and the theming. The shoulders work really well here. I like how you've used the dark gray over here instead of just green again.
Vernier.
Yeah, I think it looks amazing, personally.
Yeah, I like the green. This kind of muddy green is like pretty neat. I personally, I don't really think about using it like that, so it's cool to see that you're using it. The energy here,
This is
I
so
really wish
unique
it was.
looking.
I really wish it was a different energy color. Grax skins in general, especially Grax Vault, it's hard to make look unique because the color channels are so blocky. And I really just wish the energy here was had some, or at least added more contrast with everything else. The energy being this kind of like white-ish, off-white, kind of yellowy. It sort of blends in with the cloth on his arm. And same kind of color-ish. And I really just wished I would have liked to see maybe an orange or yeah, like an
I
orange,
think
like a very
orange
very
would
deep
make it
orange.
look too, that stuff that people say. So I don't know. I really like the yellow here. This personally,
Stuff that people say.
Doomslayer, whatever the fuck that is.
Doomslayer? Oh, I wouldn't get that. I don't think so.
It's
Maybe
just every
not a
time,
yellow,
every
but
time
or not an
someone
orange,
shows
but...
a dark green and an orange, oh, this is Doomslayer. I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
I mean, maybe like even like a light, like super toxic green would work, or
I like this.
you could go with a red. You could go with a deep red or black energy.
I like
Maybe
this.
black energy. Maybe black energy and energy on the accents. I don't know. All I know is that I wish that there's something a little more poppy there.
I don't know. I
That's
like
like a
it as
personal
it
critique
is.
though.
I like it as
That's
it
just,
is.
yeah. I mean, it's the main colors are fun though.
No, I like it how it is. Just personally, and I like the waist area. It actually looks like it goes with the weapon that's on the waist.
So this is why we need 3 judges, so we can have a tiebreaker on their opinion, our opinions.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love the colors here. Great job. I think it looks really stylish and elegant too, even though it's a bit of a Grenier look.
For weapons here, they're Grenier weapons for sure. That's that's the extent of it to me. Cortac, I don't really feel like works that well. I think it's called the Cortac, whatever it's called. I feel like there are stronger Grenier weapons to choose. Anything
Like maybe you could have used like something on the waist that's
Javlock,
yeah.
something that kind of has the circles of Volt, and also might thematically fit better with Volt as a frame, being this fast, electric themed Warframe. Something that kind of matches that, I feel like, would be a little stronger than just a Grenier gun, right?
Oh, I just love this look so much.
But yeah, I mean that's all I got.
It looks so awesome. Okay, you could pose now, Brandom. Thank you for your entry.
That's a high ass score.
What the? Okay.
Bro, I really like this. Leave me alone. You like
That's
the other
fair.
you like the other
Yeah.
one so much.
The other one was fucking perfect. That
this
was
is
sick.
the one for me, okay?
Alright,
This
alright.
is this mine.
Yeah, sure.
Looks awesome.
It does look awesome. But
Like I couldn't
Alright.
even tell it was damn. Looks awesome. Okay, in the meantime, we have Guppy was here. Brandom, thank you for your entry. Next up, we have Guppy.
it's not here in 5. So, okay, he's here. Yay! Look at that. So much nicer. The random stuff.
Yeah. What are these called again? Is that a Carius or what's it called?
Ah, a new melee weapon. Can't tell if that's intentional. If it is, neat.
I think
Yeah,
the
so this
colors are
is
very pleasing.
yeah.
But the blue,
The blue is pretty bright.
It's nice.
It doesn't match with the helmet. I can't tell if that's Arsenal Dojo lighting issues. Either way, I'm kind of okay with it. I'll
Yeah,
let it
you're
pass.
late. Next month.
Yeah.
The helmet doesn't really match with the missive. Yeah, it's a bit too. Like the missives are brighter.
Yeah. Like I said before, the colors on this are pretty fine. They're very inoffensive, elegant. I wouldn't say generic, but they play it on the safe side in a good way, which is good. Rather have something very solid and safe than something experimental and horrendous. That's nice. I think I complimented the weapon choice before. I think those weapons look really good on Mag here, especially in this idle animation. I'm glad that you took off the Nakana.
Yeah, the Nakana wasn't working, but the daggers
Swap to the
fine.
daggers. I'm okay with them. Don't
Looks
know
fine.
if they're intentional or not. We'll just say they are. Looks fine. So yeah, much stronger than your first entry. But again, even though this is very cohesive, I wish it wasn't as safe of an entry. It being such a safe entry makes me not want to rate it as high as others. But it is very, very good fashion. So
Yeah, this is very good fashion.
Yep. That's 8 to give it a number like that or something.
All right.
You make the number go down. It's funny.
Okay, I'm done scoring.
I'm done.
Very
Nice.
good fashion. Using the weapon to add more color to the waist area was a good choice. Good job. I really like this entry.
Yeah.
Guppy
Nice.
has some really nice fashions, and I
Thumbs
also like
up.
that Cyan Donna. The Cyan Donna actually goes well with this. So thank you for entering, Guppy. Appreciate it a lot. Next up, we have Kuzle. Steampunk vibes. It must be because of the shade of gold combined with the wine color. You only have one entry? Okay. Next up, we have Joseph. Okay, anime lover. I don't know if they're still here. If not, then we go to the person who's after.
Oh, it looks like they're not here.
Joseph Rufy, or anime lover 5789. This last call. If not, then we're gonna go to rooftop is here. Why don't you check a backstage? Yeah, I guess I could check the backstage. Just keeping
I'll
my
go
eye on the
check.
dot. Yeah, you
I
go
can do
check.
that. Hold on. I need to equip. I need to get out of this menu.
Oh,
Where
jockey,
am
it's a bit too late to enter for new
Who do
applicants.
we
The first
have?
round already ended. But you could enter the second. There's 4 people. Okay, which 4 back there?
We got Helios, so he was already back there. I don't know how to even pronounce that name. Bro, what?
We already scored Helios though, so he doesn't
Yeah.
count. We already scored him.
Okay, people are just crowding in the back now. I don't know who's what. We'll just go down the list. We'll just go down the
Okay,
list,
okay,
and if
okay.
no one responds in like 5 seconds, we're skipping. 10
Okay.
seconds, fine. Stream delay, whatever.
Okay, rooftop. Is rooftop here? You don't.
Okay,
But if someone
hurry
had
up.
2 strong entries, then they would probably have priority over you in the placing.
Rooftop, do you have a second entry? If you don't have a second entry, that's completely fine.
Yeah, that's completely fine if you don't have a second entry.
Please say you don't. Okay, perfect.
Commodose. Do you have a second entry?
All right, next.
Ethereal Mirage? Maybe not. I think they're the Kora. Oh wait, Commodose is here. Okay, let Koma come.
Yeah, second entry of this round. If you don't,
Yeah.
you don't have to submit one. That's
yeah,
fine.
Koma. Walk up, Koma.
All right. Go.
Sorry,
go.
we're
Go quick. Ugh. I have Minecraft to play, man.
Minecraft.
Hell yeah, Minecraft.
Okay, nice. We have
Mesa.
Umbral piece. And I forgot what these like attachments are called.
The EOS spurs or something.
Oh, you have a
I don't know.
sword.
Yep. I don't think the sword is meant to be here. The sword was for the Gara.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume it's not. Okay, so I'm just gonna pretend it doesn't exist.
Wow, look at this gun though. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
I love the way that it's colored.
Yeah, so I think this is English. I think this is equally as strong as your first entry, although I do prefer your first entry just because I think the colors on that to me more interesting, and I think Mesa's less interesting frame. However, this is pretty good. Yeah, we got guns and a gun, and they both fit. Cowboy, yes.
Yes.
So I don't really have much to say other than
Yeah, the
good
shades
job
are
on
fine.
the theme. In terms of coloring, I think this is a little dull for me. Also get that might be a choice. It's kind of hard to do Mesa with a bunch of colors if you're going for the cowboy theme outside of just making them more saturated, so I get that. I don't think the white energy, I assume it's white energy, does anything here. I would have just made it black. Don't really need it. Kind of just adds like highlighted areas of
I think this
nothingness
is
for me.
I think this looks nice.
Sort of indifferent on it.
Very good metallics, very good contrast, a good shade of brown. A reddish brown at that, which goes pretty well with the rose gold that you're using.
Yeah.
I love rose gold. But the
It
energy
is black energy? Okay. Well, I don't know why, but your missives look white because they're white. They're highlighted white bits on your Warframe. Maybe it's just
I don't know. I just really like the
Dojo,
weapon
whatever.
at the back. Does fit her. And
what was I gonna
if she
say?
holds it in a captura, I could tell it's gonna look pretty good.
Oh,
So
also
props to you on
thank
that.
you for coloring your regulators. That's something that people kind of forget.
Yeah.
Good job there.
It's a dojo thing,
I-
yeah.
The only thing I would remove is the chest piece here. I don't think the chest piece and leg spurs really do much for me. Leg spurs, I kind of get what you're going for. Cowboy, sure. Chest piece, not so much. I just don't really.
I'm personally fine
It's
with the
kinda-
chest piece. It
kinda
adds a
whatever.
little bit more to it instead of having
Yeah, I think it
basically
just
no
adds like this
attachment.
block of color on the chest that just doesn't.
Yeah, I think the chest piece does fit
Really
for the
fit.
helmet's shape. Just
Yeah,
the
the
way
shape it
everything's
does.
pointed.
Just don't like the color that it adds there. It's distracting. All right, that's my critique. Good job.
I guess
Very
it
good
could be
entry.
tinted a little, like a tiny bit darker then, but that's about it. I can see what you mean about the
You
color block.
guys- There. Okay. Ite next.
Let me finish filming this.
Oh, right. You gotta do that.
Very strong look. Good amount of contrast. Good metallics. Well done. Next up, we're gonna ask Ethereal Mirage to come up front. Thank you for your entry, Kuma. It's okay, they have a bit of a stream delay. He has dropped in. Ooh. Zaku Deluxe. You know, I actually don't like using attachments on Zaku Deluxe, but I think these are fine. I just think that the red is too saturated. Why is the Ogress there? Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the Ogress, I guess, and only pay attention to the sword, which I think is very nice.
What what is? Whoa,
I
that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like the pure white.
What am I? What is the weapon here? Sorry, I did.
It's this one. Just ignore the other one.
Okay.
I don't like the Cyan Donna though. I think it clips with his legs pretty naturally. With their legs pretty naturally. Although it looks very nice though. I think you could fix that with the animation set.
You know what? Respect for using Zaku Deluxe because this is a one hell of a skin. It's difficult to work with.
I love the dark blue
It's
pottery piece over here. Damn, these are
Very
some nice
large
colors.
self-inflicted handicap here. That being said, I think you did a pretty okay job. Some things I would change, just fashion alone, not considering the weapon at all. Attachments can go. Every single attachment here, unnecessary. This deluxe skin is just not made for attachments in mind, especially traditional Warframe attachments. They just don't fit. Nothing about them works. I know Zaku is a broken frame, and even the deluxe is supposed to be a bunch of pieces kind of smashed together. But in this case, even those pieces that are random coming together, they do have some consistency in the art style where the attachments that you put on don't. So get rid of the legs, get rid of the shoulders, just work with base Zaku. I know it's tempting to throw attachments everywhere, but it's fine to not use them if you don't need to. The frame is already plenty cluttered with a lot of detail. Just work with the frame. Okay, colors. I quite like how saturated this is. It's a little intense. Maybe tone it down in terms of how saturated the red is. Maybe a little bit of a darker red.
Yeah, darker red
it's-
and a bit of a different shade of white would do it
Yeah,
well. You could keep the white.
I'd go a little warmer on the white.
Yeah,
but
warmer white.
a warmer white, a little darker red. You know, with the blue tinted black that you have going on,
I love this
it's pretty
blue.
nice. It's
Yeah, I love that part.
It's very, very close to being really flashy, but also, you know, not gross looking Zaku Deluxe. Sayadana, again, get rid of.
Yeah,
don't
get
need
rid
it.
of the Cyan Donna, but I would keep this. Yeah, the sword is enough
The sword-
detail for the back.
Yeah, the sword is fine. It's unfortunate that the two-handed Nakanas don't have a different holster. I feel like if it was holstered on the hip or lower torso, it would look much better. But I know that they only have a holster for the back, so you're just stuck with that, which is unfortunate. I do get what you're going for, but I think a traditional Nakana would have fit better, just because it would have been on the hip, and you could have maybe played it on the, yeah, just because it would have been on the hip, really. So, yeah, very good, much better than.
I really like this Zaku look. We get some Zaku deluxes from time to time, but I think this is the best one we've had so far. I think the shoulder plate actually works here, but again, the shades of red are pretty different. And yeah, just the red and the white need toning because it's too much contrast here,
This is
especially the white part.
very
But
good.
it's almost perfect.
Very unique and you're working with a really difficult skin, so props to that. Very close to being like really solid.
Very.
It's a shame. It's
yeah.
a shame that the skin is like this, and it's a shame that the weapon can't be holstered in a different way. But besides that, great job.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, good job.
So if you want to pose a little bit, feel free to. Unless I'm just gonna film you as is.
Man, I don't like that skin.
I like it, but
Yeah. I think I mean, this is not a knock against you. The skin is just so difficult to work with. Like, it looks like one thing, and that is it. It's man, it's tough.
next up we're gonna have some guy you know go up again if they're still here. Yeah, it's a broken samurai fashion. I really like it personally. Next up we have some guy you know if they're here, aka completely useless on Twitch. You might not be here anymore. You're not in the dojo? Okay, no problem. So we're gonna move on to Helix. You don't have to have a second entry. And hello, Andromeda.
Okay.
No Helix. Next up is Arc Zares then? Wait, Helix is here? Okay. Okay, this is Helix.
Okay.
We're close to the end.
Yes, we are.
Do not
We're so
worry.
close. Sprint to the center of the stage, please. Oh, it's the Caliban again. Okay.
This is a much better Caliban than the first entry.
There we go. Look at that. You put it in Caliban colors.
I kind
Right
of
off the bat.
appreciate the one Umugi Prime leg plate there. Goes very well with
Yeah.
his asymmetrical look.
I assume you're trying to do the weapon. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I assume you're trying to do a Narmer look, just based off the colors and the fact that it's Caliban, right? If that's the case, the Amugi Prime works fine. I do wish that the colors were a little bit more intense. For the fake foot, okay, that works too.
Yeah, fake foot.
Narmer stuff is as most people don't like. We try to stay away from default prime gold because it's like piss gold. But you kind of have to go a little crazy on the saturation with that gold to really pass on the Narmer look. That being said, I get where you're trying to go. At least I assume that's the direction you're going with. And if so, you're getting there. It's pretty nice. The Mugi works fine. Pointy bits, cool. Justified because of the theme. I can't tell what weapon you're supposed to have here. I assume it's the Ocular.
It's like one of them. Or both of them?
Or it's whatever's on the back. But it's hard for me to tell because the thing on the back is colored in like purple. And I don't know if that's like...
intentional.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm a little iffy on the weapons here.
Yeah, the weapons are a
Um,
bit interesting.
I wish you had like Batacor. Well, I mean, yeah. Wish it wasn't the same, wish it wasn't that
This is
color.
very good for a Caliban, though. I do like it. It's a good Caliban fashion. I like that you use this helmet instead of the new one. I think it looks much better.
Colors need to be a little bit more intense, I feel. Just because Caliban is like one giant block of color, and that primary needs to be something that doesn't blend with everything else. Batacor, okay. Yeah, so in terms of matching with weapons, I wish the weapon did more here. Obviously, they match like design-wise. The colors don't really do it for me. I really wish you had the Neferi melees or any of the Archon melees. I feel like any of those
The
would have been
Archon
really,
melees would
really
look
good
really
additions
nice
here.
on this frame, actually.
They would have really sold the, hey, this is a, Archon slash Narmer Warframe. If you had maybe like the Archon shards, that would have been a good addition too. Really sell the look. So, you know,
Yeah, this look is really nice for a Caliban.
yeah, good.
He's hard
Just
to fashion.
wish the weapons were a bit stronger, but I get
Strong
it.
entry.
Caliban's difficult.
So this is some guy you know. Good entry. Better than your first entry.
Yes, much better. Okay.
Next up, we have... Wait, that's not some guy you know. Wait. Who is this?
Oh, it's not?
No.
I thought it was.
It's
Oh no, it's Helix.
Yeah, it's Helix. Is there anyone doing invites? Is there, like, Lucy around to do invites? Okay, let's move on then. Next up, we have Arxers. If you have a second entry.
He does. Or they do. I saw it in the back. Your
I love
brain
the
is
way
so big.
I love the way that you blended your sigil with the with the color effect that's on the skin.
God, you're the fucking best. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so to be honest, I like your first fashion more, but that's just because I really like the contrast with that, and because I felt like the weapons were doing so much of the carrying, or at least it felt like 50-50, where the Warframe was 50% of the actual fashion, and the weapons were like the other half, and they fit perfectly together. So I really liked that about first submission. This is still very, very strong.
So much detail. Well done.
Super, super gritty. I love that. Love that you leaned into it. Used a skin that not many people use. Really neat. Yeah, everything about this is very solid and consistent.
The purple looks great next
The
to the
shield
green.
works well. Having all of that lean on one arm.
Trying to
Matching
match
the
it.
Javlock colors. Yeah, I noticed that. A Javlock on the back works. The pistols or whatever, I guess throwing weapons, I don't really think they do much. They kind of like poke out of the silhouette.
Yeah, I would remove the pistols.
They do add bulk, which is nice, but I really feel like you don't need them with how much you have going on in that single arm. You really don't need them.
I love the shield idea.
Yeah.
Looks
In terms
great.
in terms of like weapons that add a lot to the fashion, the shield is definitely a big part of it. So it's
Yeah,
that shield and that Javlock on the back that really push this further. The things on the legs don't. So yeah.
Yeah, I would remove what's on the legs, but well done on the emissives and the sigil work here. Just extending on that the back. Nice mix of colors. It's very pleasing to the eyes. Yeah.
Very good.
It's a solid entry.
Two very solid entries from you.
Yeah, two solid entries. The Javlock is also something that not many people attempt.
I want people to see your Vobin more. I think that's like perfect. Ugh. Very good. Good job. I don't have much to say.
Yeah, not much to say on this. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Might be the dojo lighting for the green, but I think it's really good overall. Alright. Next up, we have Zangetsu Tensa. Yeah, real cool look. Two great entries. They had a rhino and I think a Vobin.
Their Vobin, with the
Whoa.
I don't know, their Vobin was just sick.
Look at this one. See, well, this is one case where I would say, oh, the red looks nice here. Yeah, that's rare case where the red works. This bright shade. And I really love how the weapon looks at the back of him. They're also using the Protovire Apex ephemera. Doesn't look bad.
Yeah, so like I don't actually mind the shoulder plates here, just because they have detailing that matches the design of the sword, the heavy sword, the Mithra sword.
Yeah.
That's neat. I'm kind of glad you used Rhino instead of just any other Mithra skin. I feel like that's the easy solution here, or the easy way out. But I respect that you picked a frame that doesn't have the ability to just equip skin with existing textures and design. So that's neat.
He blended the Katir chest piece very well with the skin itself, and it's creating like a really nice like detail up in the front that looks like it's a part of the skin.
I think the black here is a little too dark, again, but I also feel like it kind of helps
The
bring
vibe.
out or put attention to the detailing of the red, which matches the sword, although not 1-to-1. I get it. All right, working with what you have. The Protovire does nothing for me. Again, I'm just a Protovire hater. I just think it's a trash ephemera unless you're doing two things. So, I mean, it's neat that you put it in all black so that you just have that, you know, the sharp outline points. But I don't think that the Protovire necessarily matches too well with the sword. Because everything like kind of blends in with all the colors and the, you know, ton of detail. I don't actually mind that a lot of things aren't consistent here. The chest piece isn't obviously the same as doesn't match the lines of the skin. Same with the legs, but at the same time you have so much going on that it kind of just blends in, and I don't mind it as much. I don't really think the legs are necessary, but minor nitpick.
Yeah.
What else is on the what else is on the back? What other weapon is that? I can't tell if that's
I don't think it's intentional.
Okay, I'll just ignore it.
I think I like the way Protovire was used here. I think it adds like dark energy to the look. And it's like dark tech energy, which is what I'm getting from this, just personally. I think it works on a frame like Rhino because he's very bulky. And I think it was really unique that you used this animation set because you hide that crotch shield. So props to you for that. Yeah. I actually kind of like the Protovire here. Without it, I think there would be like a bunch of metallics over and over again, like shiny parts. And I do think it adds a sort of some matte area that makes it work with the Mulciber piece. So, yeah, this person, I like the Protovire ephemera here.
Personally, I don't like the Protovire ephemera because it's covering the crotch.
Yeah, but they're using the animation set to cover.
I don't like that
part.
either.
I think it's fine.
Trying to see all of. Anyways, yeah, I mean yeah.
I like the dark tech look, and the colors aren't too generic. It's green and red without being Christmas, actually. So I appreciate it.
Who is this? Oh, the Wraith person. Okay, I'll give you that number. Okay.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
Next up, we have the you know. I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. Really great look. Thank you for your entry. We have Yuno next. Excal being stabbed.
Oh, this is cool.
Personally,
Wait, this is fun. I like this.
Personally, I would have used a different animation set, such as the Valkyr Carnivex pose, where he's like standing straight, he's bending his back, and I think you would really add to the theme of it. You know, the Valkyr Carnivex animation set.
So this is really neat because a lot of the fashion is, or like a lot of this look
Sorry.
is, you know, there's a heavy emphasis on the dagger, which is neat. I wish the fashion itself was a little bit more, either made a little bit more sense with the dagger. Obviously, yeah, bleeding, blood everywhere. Yes, broken helmet. Yes, but also, I maybe it's a Grenier, who's been stabbed, or a corpus, or something else. Dex Excalibur skin with Umbra helmet. Yeah, it is one of the fashions. I just wish it was something that kind of told a story with a dagger rather than Warframe got stabbed.
Yeah,
Which is cool.
I just think that the animation set could
Obviously,
be improved.
it's obviously not his dagger, but just wish it was like a
Looks like someone else's dagger though. That's why it's colored
which
differently.
is neat. I like that. I like that it's a dude who got stabbed. I just wish the dude who did get stabbed was maybe not, the entire fashion wasn't just, hey guys, look, he's bloody,
But it makes sense for his lore though.
Yeah, but you could do it with a different skin though. If you did it with
Oh.
a Grenier skin, look, a Grenier Excalibur got stabbed by a corpus with the corpus dagger. You can tell a little story there. It might be a little neat. I'm being really nitpicky, because I overall like this concept a lot, and I think it's super cool, much better than your first.
Yeah, I think a different skin would work
Yeah.
here. The one with the bullet holes in it. Actually, there's one with bullet holes. I would use that skin instead for Excal. And then you could put the weapon holstered into the holes, actually, which I've done before. I've put the Cronin Prime into those holes, and I don't know. You could really run off with this concept, though.
Yeah. This is really cool. I like this. Yeah, I like that a lot of this is very heavy on the dagger, to complete everything. So that's really neat. Very good concept.
Good job, you know. Yeah, good job. Next up, we have Son of Numenor. I don't think they have a second entry, though. I think they said that earlier.
Okay, then we just go to perfection, and then we're done.
Yeah, perfection. Only one entry, Verena Hunts alone. Yeah, no problem.
Oh man, there's so many people that just have the same score.
Yeah. We're gonna have to reevaluate and adjust this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have someone in the back? Let me go check real quick. Now
Yeah,
we
we're
might be
almost
done. We
Now
might
we
be
just do
done.
final judging, and I just Are we gonna mute our mics this time so the stream doesn't just hear me talk? Or am I just gonna be...
Yeah, I'm gonna, like, turn off the audio, you know?
Okay, so not... Okay, not like last time.
Yeah. Can you
Alright,
guys
last
line
time
up
was
in the
fun.
front? Like, line up over here. Line up over here. You guys could wait there. Alright. Alright, let me mute everything and then I'll tell you when to go. unmuting. Okay, guys, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So 5th place, like 4th and 5 are shared, by the way, guys. And we had some strong contenders for 4th and 5th. So Ryu Ray and Commodus, please stand here and here. Ryu Ray and Commodus. 3rd place, we have Helios with the Nidus entry. Second place, we have Brandom Ceto's Volt, this one. And first, we have the Vobin. This was a This is a really tough choice. We basically factored who was gonna place high with, you know, how many entries that they had were good. So if,
The Bobbin. Yeah.
this was a really great Rhino. This X-Cal almost made it.
There's so many good submissions.
I think everyone had good submissions this time around. Just minor changes. Like, it was so hard to pick between, like, this set, basically.
Yeah, I really wanted. There's so many, like, man. It was hard for me because the fashion here is great. Like, most of it, all of it is really good. It really just came down to what hit the theme of the challenge more.
Yeah. The weapons.
And what really utilized weapons to really complete their look. I feel like there's many, like, the Varuna is great. I really wanted to give it to that. And conceptually, Yumi's Umbro I thought was really, really smart. Just fashion-wise, I feel like it could have been something more. So there's a lot of really strong entries all around. Everyone should. It was very close. Very close.
Very close. Probably one of our best contests with Ludens around.
Yeah.
Very strong.
The mag as well.
I mean, they look good on their own. And
yeah.
The small changes with
these. It was really tough between, like, damn, your frame looks good, but also, damn, like,
the other frames are good too.
The other frames are good, and they also hit the mark on the weapon integration.
Yeah.
So it was very tough.
It was about less tries and understanding of the theming.
So yeah, good job everyone. Yeah.
Great array of entries. Right there. Didn't expect that at all, really. Yeah, congrats to the winners. This was a really strong contest. Even if the first round wasn't as strong, I feel like people really understood it once they entered in the second time. We hope that you guys get some valuable feedback from this. And you guys did really well. Really appreciate it.
Don't mind me, I'm just taking looks. Okay.
I mean, this is a really strong Caliban fashion. Really unique Bobbin right here. Really great Varuna. When is the next one? It's gonna be in August.
Next month, right?
Yeah. And I'm trying to work out something with 3 judges.
3 judges?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me turn my phone back on.
That works. Theme choose. Oh yeah, now we gotta choose a theme. Fuck.
Alright.